Welcome into historic Bossy Field as we got double barrel action today. The Otters taking on the Windy City Thunderbolts in a double header. Hello, everybody. I'm Lucas Macklin alongside my partner Riley Angel, and the Otters coming in off that short 3-game road trip where they did take the first game against Lake Erie, but didn't take the second two.
And in all three of those games, they played fairly well. It's just a couple of little things got away from them in the last two, and that's baseball. That'll happen. But they can hang their heads high knowing that they gave everything each and every night, and they had chances to win all three of those games, excuse me, even though they only came away with one.
You're listening to the Papa John's pregame show. Papa John's is the official sponsor of the Otters pregame and postgame shows, available every game night, 20 minutes before and 10 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network, Home Team Network, and on 96.9 WYIR. We're going to take a short break, and when we're back, we'll keep on this pregame show. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network.
Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and more can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
Welcome back into historic Bossy Field as the Evansville Otters take on the Windy City Thunderbolts in a double header. Hello, everybody. I'm Lucas Macklin alongside my partner Riley Angel, and you're listening to the Papa John's pregame show. Papa John's is the official sponsor of every Otters game, pregame and postgame shows, available every game night, 20 minutes before and 2 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network. On the Home Team Network, they are the exclusive home of every Frontier League game this year. Check out the Home Team Network to sign up today and get a front row seat to every Otters game this year. So the Otters playing 7 games in 6 days with a doubleheader tonight. They'll play Windy City one more game tomorrow. They'll have Monday off before they take on the Washington Wild Things. Welcome them back here at Bossy Field for 4 games in 3 days, a doubleheader on that Thursday game before they hit the road for a 6-game stretch.
Yeah, and these next few games are very important for Evansville. But when you look at how good they played against Lake Erie and a Windy City team coming into town that has really been struggling, I think this series is a good one for Evansville to hopefully take both today, win the series, get that out of the way, and have a chance for the sweep tomorrow on Sunday.
Otters come in on a 12-16 record. Windy City coming in 7-23 on the year. But there are 2 pitchers that will be going today, Greg Duncan and Aaron Evers, both a sub-3 ERA. Duncan comes in with a 2.59 ERA. Aaron Evers a 2.63. Those 2 guys have been very good for the Thunderbolts so far. It's really been everything around them that hasn't really led up to what they want.
And, you know, those things will happen. You'll have teams where you'll have a couple of really good guys on the mound. You just can't quite get them wins every time they're out. But this guy in Greg Duncan today for Windy City is one of the guys that goes out there and they might be able to win with him on the mound. If you're Evansville, you just got to keep to your game plan, get to this guy early so you can get to the bullpen, which has struggled mightily this year for Windy City.
We've seen a lot of moves, roster moves for the Otters this year. They've been going back and forth with a lot of different things. Dennis Pierce, one of the newest Otters, made his debut on the road. What did you see from him during that 3-game stretch?
Just really good at bats. He looked comfortable in the box, confident. And for a guy who's playing his first professional games, I thought he looked really composed in the batter's box against some really good pitching. He had a double, a triple, and a homer in his first 2 games. Not a single, 3 hits, all 3 for extra bases. If he's able to produce the same way he did in Lake Erie, will be a mainstay in the starting lineup.
Along with that, newest Otter Josh Gibson was signed, and he'll be starting today at second base. He spent some time at LSU Shreveport and really did a lot for them in his last couple of years there.
And when you hear LSU Shreveport and you hear NAIA, you think, oh, well, it's just another NAIA school. No. LSU Shreveport is the cream of the crop at the NAIA level, and he was able to put together some really good seasons for them. In 2024, batted .404 and OPS over 1,100. I mean, this is an LSU Shreveport team that this past college season went like 50-something and 0. They dominated at the NAIA level, So hopefully that bat can translate from Shreveport to here.
Along with that, Anthony Patterson III got signed as well. He was supposed to start last night. Obviously, the game getting rained out. He will start the second game for the Otters today, and we'll see him later. And we'll talk more about him before that game starts later. Along with that, John Beamer got placed on the 7-day IL, so he will be out at least 7 days. And George Khalil moved to the 14-day IL, retroactive back to June 8th. So a couple of different roster moves. Obviously, losing Beamer can hurt, and you wonder if once he comes back, he's going to be more of a reliever, or if they're going to put him back in that starter role. And I think it's really going to kind of matter whether or not they can get something out of a guy like Anthony Patterson or other guys that they've put in the rotation.
Yeah, that's what it depends on, is if these new guys that you've brought in can hold their own in the starting rotation. Because I think Beamer's more of a long relief, give you a couple of really good innings out of the bullpen type guy. Because when he's out on the mound starting, he's not letting it go because he knows he has to throw multiple innings, and that's gotten him into some trouble. When we've seen he has some electric strikeout stuff, if he can hone that for just a couple of innings out of the bullpen, who knows where he could be right now.
And we saw that against Schaumburg. Came out, first 9 innings, went 9 up, 9 down, got 7 strikeouts. So we've seen that he can have some really good stuff. It's going to be interesting to see what he does when he gets back, but obviously on the 7-day IL. And so we will wait and see. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll get to the starting lineups, national anthem, and then to the first pitch. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library.
Welcome back into historic Bosse Field as the Evansville Otters back home for 7 games over 6 days. They'll play a doubleheader tonight against the Windy City Thunderbolts. Hello, everybody. I'm Lucas Mackin alongside my partner Riley Angel, and the Otters, like I said, in the midst of 7 games in 6 days. They do get an off day Monday, but a couple of doubleheaders coming up, obviously one today, and then one next Thursday whenever they welcome in the Washington Wild Things.
Now, this 7-game homestand is going to be very important for Evansville, who has struggled recently. They lost 2 of 3 against Lake Erie in 3 games that they probably could have won, just didn't quite get the job done. And now Windy City comes to town. They're only 7-23. They're struggling, and you would really hope that Evansville today is able to do what Florence did to this team earlier this week. Florence just beat the brakes off of the Thunderbolts, and Evansville, hopefully for them, are able to do the exact same thing to this Windy City squad.
You know, Windy City obviously come in with a 7-23 record, but that can be a little bit deceiving. They have been swept 6 times, which is obviously not what you want to see, but they've won 3 series, and you wonder, almost certainly it comes off the back of the 2 starters they have going tonight, Greg Duncan and Aaron Evers, both of them with a sub-3 ERA. But the Otters have done a really good job, especially at home, being able to get into these guys that have pitched pretty well and be able to put runs up on the board, especially with how this offense has played overall.
We even saw that in Lake Erie. Anthony Escobar, who at the time was the Frontier League leader in ERA, he started against Evansville, and they scored 4 runs off of him in an eventual loss, but still, you've seen the best that the Frontier League has to offer, and you had a lot of success against him offensively. I don't expect any different here tonight.
Like I said, a doubleheader, games 29 and 30. Otters come in 12-16 on the year, but only 3.5 games back of the division. The division is wide open for anyone to take it. And again, a 7-game stretch at home here where the Otters have a 10-6 record, a really good chance to get back into the division and get back into that hunt.
And you'd really like to get out of 4th place because Florence, Florence has had stretches where they have been good this year, but again, they're coming off a sweep of Windy City. So you hope that this series you can jump ahead of that team and get yourself back into contention. Again, only 3.5 games back of the division lead, even though you are in 4th place.
Let's go ahead and look at these starting lineups in today's first game of the day. Windy City, we'll go through them first. At shortstop, they have Jose Kerpa. Batting second and playing center field will be Michael Sandel. Batting third and playing in right field will be Dakota Katowski. He has 8 home runs on the year, a big swinger there. Batting fourth and playing first base will be David Mayberry. Batting fifth and playing left field will be Oscar Serratos. Batting sixth and playing third base will be Garrett Broussard. Batting seventh and DHing today will be Christian Kuzemka. Batting eighth and playing second base will be James Dunlap. And rounding it out will be the catcher, Kyle Harbison. And like I mentioned, pitching for them, Greg Duncan, a 2.59 ERA on the year. Let's see what the Otters can try to get to him early in this ball game.
And the offense, they have the capability to do that. The question is, will they be able to execute, especially coming off a game a couple of days ago against Lake Erie where the offense kind of struggled? Hopefully they come back out here and we see some fireworks early.
Greg Duncan with 35 strikeouts and 12 walks on the season. So we'll see if the Otters can get to him. On the other side for the Otters, leading off will be Dennis Pierce playing in left field. Batting second and playing center field will be Graham Brown. Batting third and playing third base will be Paven Parks. Fourth and first base will be LJ Jones. Batting fifth and playing in right field will be JT Benson. Batting sixth and DHing tonight, Keenan Taylor. Batting seventh and playing catcher will be Logan Brown. Batting eighth and playing shortstop, Alay Camus. And rounding it out, batting ninth, the newest Otter, Josh Gibson. He will be playing second base today. We mentioned him a little bit earlier, but excited what the Otters can get out of him, especially if he can give a boost at the bottom of that lineup.
Absolutely. And second base has been a position that has kind of been open. J.J. Cruz has held it down for the most part this year, but if you're able to get a guy like Josh Gibson who is able to provide some offense in that spot, then who knows? Josh Gibson might become one of the everyday players for this team, but again, he has to earn it first.
Josh Gibson will be wearing 35 for the Otters, playing second base tonight. And then starting for the Otters, Parker Brahms out there once again. He's looked really good in almost every start he's gone, outside of obviously the start where he only went a third of an inning and left due to injury. But the Otters so far 3-1 in his starts. See if he can give another good one tonight.
And he's, again, other than that 1/3 appearance, he's given length. So hopefully here in his 5th start of this season, he's able to do the same thing. And with only these 2 games being 7 innings, if he can go out there and give you 6, how healthy does the bullpen look then going into the second game and going into tomorrow?
Yeah, and he's looked really good. Really, the one thing that's bit him a lot, like most of the rotation, has been the long ball. And his last 2 starts that he actually went, he gave up only 5 earned runs, but 4 home runs in those games. If he can kind of keep Windy City out of the air and keep that long ball to a minimum, he could be a really good start for him. First pitch coming up. We'll give you Zane Claudfelter with the opening lineups, and then we'll have the national anthem as we round to the first pitch. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Number 11, Paven Parks. Batting fourth, the first baseman, number 20, L.J. Jones. Batting fifth, the right fielder, number 9, J.T. Benson. Batting sixth, designated hitter, number 12, Keenan Taylor. Batting seventh and catching, number 28, Logan Brown. Batting eighth, the shortstop, number 1, Alay Camus. Batting ninth, the second baseman, number 35, Josh Gibson. Pitching for the Evansville Otters, game 1 of our doubleheader, right-handed pitcher, number 13, Parker Brahms. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, would you please rise and remove your caps as we honor America's freedom, those who now protect it, and pay tribute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice, with the singing of our national anthem today being performed by Evansville Mayor Stephanie Terry.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we had the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Evansville Mayor Stephanie Cherry with our national anthem.
Welcome back into historic Bossy Field as we near the first pitch of the first game today. Parker Brahms takes the mound. Logan Brown behind the plate. That pitcher and catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. Mentioned a little bit in pregame, but Parker Brahms done so good at the mound. Now face, it's a second game where he'll pitch in a 7-inning game. Pitched against Gateway, went 5 1/3, didn't give up a single run in the Otters' eventual win. Didn't come into the decision because of that home run that was given up late, but did a great job there, and hopefully he can do something of the same here.
In all of his starts, except for the game where he only went 1/3 of an inning thanks to an injury, he's gone 5+. So that should be a good sign. And again, you give this team 5 or 6 here in a 7-inning game to begin this series, it makes the bullpen even more usable tomorrow, and then in the 4 games you play next week against Washington.
In those 3 starts, he's gone 83, 86, and 86 pitches, so not a guy who's gone over 100 yet like we've seen some of the other pitchers for the Otters do, but he's been really efficient. 5 1/3, 6 innings, and then 5 innings in his last one. In his last outing against Washington, went 5 innings, he had 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, walked 2, struck out 3. So he does a good job keeping the walks down. Not a big strikeout guy typically, but against Three Rivers did have 8 strikeouts in his 6-inning effort there. It'll be Jose Kerpa to lead it off for the Thunderbolts as Brahms readies himself on the mound. Mentioned that Windy City coming in at 7-23. So the Otters a big opportunity here to try to get some games back in their division. First pitch in from Brahms is taken for a strike. Gets ahead 0-1 in this game. Brahms works quickly. Next pitch taken for a strike, and he's quickly ahead of Kerpa 0-2. Kerpa in the leadoff spot with a 326 OBP and 23 games played this year. That pitch chopped in the ground to Gibson. He's going to bobble it at second, and a leadoff error for the Otters has a runner on first.
First ball hit to him, first game for him, professional game here with Evansville. And first batter you face, you get a ball towards you, just hope that doesn't do too much wrong to his psyche.
Otters done so good as a defensive group so far this year. An unfortunate start there. Now brings up Michael Sandel, who waits a first pitch in from Brahms, now working with a runner at first. That one chopped back. Foul. Quickly jumps ahead of him, 0-1. Kerpa over at first. Attempted 8 stolen bases, been caught twice. We'll see if he wants to test out Logan Brown here early. Throw over to first, gets him looking. LJ Jones will run him over to second. Now Gibson will take him back to first. He's going to tag him in the middle. So Josh Gibson making up for it with the speed, getting the tag on him, and they get that out right back.
Well, I mean, after an error, that's pretty much exactly what you want. I mean, that's a perfect scenario, best case scenario for Evansville after giving up the leadoff base runner.
I think Kerpa just wasn't expecting the throw over from Brahms as he just went over and he just wasn't ready to get back. So now 0-1 with 1 away. Next pitch into Sandel. Ripped into left field. That's going to get down in front of Dennis Pierce for a base knock. So a runner back on first once again. And it makes that out that they just got on that pitch over even much more huge.
He fooled him a little bit on that breaking ball, but, I mean, it was right down the middle of the plate. He didn't locate his spot, which allowed the batter and Sandler to just throw the bat head out there and loop it into left field. Hopefully he's able to get that a little further down the further into his outing we go.
Next up is Dakota Katowski. First pitch taken for a ball, starts behind 1-0. Katowski, 8 home runs on the year, a true 3-outcome hitter, 40 strikeouts as well. Big power, big strikeout potential. Check over to first on Sandel, not in time. Sandel with 6 attempts on the year, and he's been caught twice as well. Now the 1-0 pitch into Katowski. That one's chopped off of Brown, foul. Count moves to 1-1. We had a lot of rain yesterday, and that might be underselling it. The whole field is pretty much underwater. It's pretty amazing that we're playing baseball today. Incredible work from the grounds crew last night into today. Now we got 2 games for you. Next pitch into Katowski is hit high, foul overhead, an overhead foul ball. Brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
Choose the best, never regret it.
So Brahms ahead of Katowski 1-2 now. Katowski most recently playing in the Phillies organization before joining Windy City. Now the 1-2 pitch. That one's going to go up, and I think it hit him, but the umpire's going to say it hit the bat. And they're going to call it a foul ball. Count stays at 1-2.
I mean, I think that's the right call. If that hit him, like you said it was, there wouldn't have been, oh, no, it hit me. He would have been in pain at some sort, especially a fastball up and in on the fingers. Good call.
Count still at 1-2 with 1 away here in this inning. Pitch stays high. Count moves to 2-2. Katowski spent 3 seasons in the minors with the Phillies. Now 2-2 pitch. Chopper towards third. Parks will take it on a hop. Throw over to second. Will be in time for 1 away. Throw over to first. Not in time. Katowski beats it out. So we'll extend the inning to their cleanup hitter, David Mayberry.
It's a tough one, but at the end of the day, you got 1 out. You got to be happy with it now, just 1 more away from getting out of the inning.
Mayberry steps into the right-handed batter's box with a .382 on-base percentage. Does a great job getting on base. Doesn't hit too many into gaps. 1 home run, 5 doubles on the year, and 23 hits. First pitch taken for a strike. Count moves to 0-1. So not your prototypical cleanup hitter, at least not this year. Katowski now over at first. Mayberry awaits the 0-1 pitch. Swung through. A delayed steal. Throw to second. Gibson wasn't able to handle the throw. So counted 0-2, but a stolen base for Katowski. His 5th on the year. Puts a runner in scoring position.
Not too often you see the delayed steal at this level of baseball, but perfectly executed there. The throw was in time. Just Gibson not able to handle it. Popped out of his mitt last second.
So Brahms comes set and will deliver the 0-2 pitch into the Thunderbolts' first baseman. That pitch stays high. Count moves to 1-2. Mayberry, the 27-year-old out of Shalimar, Florida, awaits the 1-2 pitch. Pulled the string on him, got him swinging for the first German-American strikeout of the night, and gets out of the inning clean. The Thunderbolts did get a runner to second, but can't score him. We'll head to the bottom of the first, still tied at 0. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND-CASA.com. Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org.
Welcome back into Bossy Field as the Evansville Otters look to try to jump on the pitcher Greg Duncan early. It's Duncan on the mound, Kyle Harbison behind the plate. That pitcher and catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. Mentioned in the pregame show, Greg Duncan coming in with a sub-3 ERA. The Otters just going to have to try to make him work here and put some runs on him early.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. This Evansville team has proven that they can get runs against really tough pitchers. Duncan, just another one in the line that has had a good season so far. Hopefully, Evansville is able to take advantage and get a couple of runs early.
So it's Dennis Pierce who will step into the left-handed batter's box, the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game today. Mentioned 3 hits, all of them extra bases, a double, triple, and a home run. First pitch taken outside, starts ahead 1-0.
You just hope he can find that same success here that he did in Lake Erie.
That pitch fouled, tipped into the glove. Count moves to 1-1. And you can see Duncan working quickly, so he wants to stay in that groove. Next pitch, chopper towards short. Hard hit, but brought in by Kerpa. Throw to first in time for out number 1. That one was 103 off the bat, but right to the shortstop, Jose Kerpa.
That's a good at-bat. And, you know, Pierce saw 94 in that at-bat and was on time with it. That was one that he just fouled right back into the catcher's mitt. So I don't think that's a bad at-bat by any means, especially with the hard contact he had.
Next is Graham Brown as he steps into the right-handed batter's box. A little bit of more of a down week for Brown, but still one of the most hot hitters in this Otters lineup. He takes first pitch for a ball. So a couple of those fastballs he's missed outside of these right-handed hitters. That pitch in the dirt at 94. So he's working quickly, but quickly he's behind Graham Brown 2-0. Brown comes in with a .385 on-base percentage, a .560 slugging. Takes that pitch for a strike. Count moves to 2-1. Next pitch, laced into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Brown on base, and the Otters have something cooking here in the bottom of the first.
Left 91 up near the letters for Graham Brown, and he did exactly what he needed to do. Hit that one where it was pitched up and away. Shot it the opposite way into right, and now we'll see if, with the way that Duncan is working, if maybe Graham Brown decides to steal here in this first inning, but either way, good to start with some traffic.
The first time Duncan moves to the stretch. We'll see how he works now with a runner on. It's Paven Parks into the left-handed batter's box. First pitch taken for a strike. He's behind 0-1, so Duncan still working quickly. He looks into Harbison, takes a look over at Brown, then comes set. And now we'll deliver the 0-1 pitch. But first, a check over at first on Graham Brown. Brown with 10 attempts on the year. He's stolen 9 bags. Now the 0-1 pitch. Chopper towards short, a slow chopper. Kerper will take it in. Only throw to play is at first, and he'll make the play. Brown advances to second base in scoring position, but with 2 away, it'll be up to L.J. Jones to get him in.
And the infield was playing a little in there against Pavin. But that's a good play by Kerpa, doing exactly what he needed to do. Charge it, just throw to first. No need to worry about the runner on second base.
Jones, the 4-hole hitter in the right-handed batter's box, awaits the first pitch from Duncan. Pulled the string out ahead. Now he's behind 0-1. So up at 94 for Duncan, down to 82, 81 on that off-speed. Now the 0-1 pitch. Another bender, but that one misses low. Count moves to 1-1. Duncan comes set, still working fast. Delivers the 1-1 pitch. Another bender. Now he's ahead of L.J. Jones 1-2.
Yeah, they're really trying to stay away from using the fastball against LJ right now. And LJ, one of the hitters in this lineup that can turn on 94 and do damage. So it's a good approach here from the Thunderbolts to attack LJ the way they are. He hasn't seen a slider on a pitch on the inner half. They're attacking him down in the way almost exclusively.
Now the 1-2 pitch stays outside. Count moves to 2-2. Went with the fastball there. LJ, the 25-year-old former Springfield Cardinal, in an early RBI spot here in the first 7-inning game. Pulled the string, got him swinging. And so the Otters threaten with a runner in scoring position as well, but can't get him in. We're still tied at 0 as we head to the second. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800. Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org.
We headed to the second inning, still tied at 0. Parker Brahms out there for another inning of work. Looked good in that first inning. See if he can do some more here for the Otters, as it will be a tall task for him on the other end. Greg Duncan looked good in his own right.
This might be one of those games where we look up and 5 innings has passed by in 30 minutes the way these two have looked in the first inning of work. But again, you never know. Parker Brahms, a guy that we've seen a lot from, but has had some spots where he's gotten himself in trouble. Hopefully he can continue this pace against this Windy City team and continue to dominate.
Now it's Oscar Serratos as he steps into the right-handed batter's box. Brahms delivers, and he squares around a bunt but doesn't get it. Starts behind 0-1.
If you're going to do that on the first pitch and you get one at 82 down the middle, you have to make contact on the bunt. I mean, you have to.
Serratos awaits the 0-1 pitch. Bender just misses inside. Count moves to 1-1. Serratos, a former draft pick by your Cleveland Guardians, a 14th round pick back in 2017. Fouls that one off, and quickly he's behind 1-2.
Hey, Cleveland dipped their toe into the Frontier League waters. They picked up Dwayne Matos from Schaumburg.
We saw him earlier in the year.
Yes, we did.
Cerratos in his second year of independent baseball played with Great Falls in the Pioneer League last year. Now the 1-2 pitch, chopper towards third. It's going to be a long throw for Parks. He takes it in, throw to first in time for out number 1. Great job from Paven there to be patient and make the throw with his strong arm. Next up, it's the third baseman, Garrett Broussard,
Batting 6.
as Brahms gets a quick out number 1.
Garrett Broussard.
Broussard starts today's game with a 161 batting average in 104 plate appearances. First pitch, he squares around a bump, pulls it back, but it's a strike. Behind 0-1. You wonder if they're just trying to tempt Paven Parks to come in at third baseline. Parks still playing very deep at third. 0-1 pitch fouled back, and now he's quickly behind 0-2 as he calls time.
Yeah, I think it's more of a just trying to get this Otters defense working. But again, if you're going to scrub around and you're really serious about it, it's probably one he should have put down. I mean, Paven's far enough back there.
And we're going to get a pitch clock violation for a strikeout. He didn't get in the box in time, so that is a German-American Bank strikeout where Brahms didn't have to make the third pitch.
Pitch clock violation.
And it's one of those where he's in the box, but he's looking down. He's not looking up at the pitcher in time. Like, man.
Good morning, good afternoon, but no good night.
Yeah.
So now quickly 2 away for Christian Kazimka. First pitch into him is taken just high. Starts ahead of Brahms 1-0. Another batter under the Mendoza line. Comes in with a 162 batting average. Swings through that one. Count evens up at 1-1.
Now this Windy City team, they have 4 hitters below the Mendoza line and 2 more that are just above it at 216 and 222. Again, it's been a rough summer so far for the Thunderbolts.
And right now their best hitter, Cam Feltz, on the 7-day IL, so the Otters dodge a bullet there. Fouls that one up overhead for an overhead foul ball. Brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best. Never regret it.
Construction. Choose the best. Never regret it.
Mentioned Cam Feltz in 22 games this year, a .311 batting average. So obviously that hurts them right now, but gonna have to try to work through it. Now the 1-2 pitch into Kazimka. Swung on to miss for strike 3. Another German-American Bank strikeout. So Parker Brahms works a 1-2-3 inning here in the second. We head to the bottom. Still tied at 0. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND-CASA.com.
Welcome back into Bossy Field as we're deadlocked at 0 to start this game. Greg Duncan out there for another inning of work. He looks really good in that first inning, but Otters were able to get a runner in scoring position. A couple of hard hit balls, one from Graham Brown for a base hit, the other one from Dennis Pierce ended up in a ground out, but they took some good at bats there, and we'll see if they can try to get something going here. It'll be JT Benson, Keenan Taylor, and Logan Brown to beat them in this inning.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, and honestly, these 3 hitters, they've been hot. JT Benson coming back, obviously he struggled a bit since his injury, but he's a guy that he's shown what he can do at this level. Keenan Taylor is just unbelievable right now. And then Logan Brown, he had a good week against Lake Erie, so maybe this 3 can get something going.
JT Benson on and off the field with some injuries, but he's back in right field tonight. Looks like Duncan will get a new ball. Benson steps into the right-handed batter's box with a .319 batting average to start play. A .422 OBPs. He takes the first pitch for a strike. And he's shown some power with 3 home runs, 3 doubles, and a triple. It's been a revelation here for the Otters. So he lifts that one high into right field. On it is Sandel and Katowski. They're going to take it to the track, to the wall, and that one's going to get over the wall. Speaking of power, it's JT Benson, and he puts the Otters on top quickly here, 1-0 in the second inning.
Ladies and gentlemen, JT Benson.
Benson's 4th home run of the year leads it off for the Otters here in the second. They lead 1-0, and we mentioned with how Brahms is pitching, that could be the decisive run.
Yeah, and that's no easy task to go oppo at this place with no wind. And that ball was smashed, too. 102 off the bat.
First pitch into Taylor is taken for a strike, starts behind 0-1. I mean, I got to admit, off the bat, I didn't think it was getting over the wall. I thought hopefully it's going to be a gapper, but managed to put it out. Now Taylor watches that pitch outside. Count evens up at 1-1. And you see Duncan, he just wants to go.
Yeah.
He is not waiting. 1-1. Taking low, count moves to 2-1.
He's one of those guys where it almost seems like one of his strategies is he wants to catch you off guard as a hitter almost.
Now the 2-1 pitch. Taylor swings through that one. Count evens up at 2-2. Keenan Taylor will take time. Last 7 days, 8 for 20, 2 home runs, a triple, 3 doubles, a .950 slugging percentage. He's been red hot. Worked his slugging percentage up to .622 on the year. Now lifts that one high in the air to left field. That one's going to be Soratos at the track, but will bring it in. And a loud out number 1.
Yeah, I think he got that one off the end a little bit. Didn't hit it super hard. And, man, he just missed that one because, I mean, if that one's on the barrel, it's a no-doubter how far he hit that one off the end of the bat.
We've seen how much Keenan Taylor loves to hit those home runs over that left field wall.
Yeah.
And it really felt like that was another opportunity, but you mentioned just a little bit off the end of the bat there. And now it's Logan Brown. Lifts that one up the middle. It's going to be off the glove of Kerpa. And so the Otters have really met Duncan in this inning as they are attacking him at another base knock here.
And you love to see this against a guy that has been so good in Greg Duncan. Aggressive. They were really aggressive all 3 games against Lake Erie, and they had success other than the last game, which those things happen.
Now it's Camus. Takes that first pitch inside for a ball.
But if you're ready for a 92, and you know this guy, at least so far today, 90% of the time he's going to throw first pitch fastballs, why not swing at the first pitch?
Now the 1-0 pitch. Chopper up the middle. It's going to be taken in by Dunlap. Toss to second for 1. Throw to first. That's going to go wide to the first baseman, Mayberry. Camus will stand at first. But the Otters catch a break as the inning extends to Josh Gibson.
So weird one right there because obviously from our angle it's hard to tell. But it almost looked like that Mayberry over there just didn't really try to go after it. It looked like he had room to try and stretch and get it on the backhand, but he just watched it fly by him.
And time from the catcher, Harbison, as it looks like there's something in his eye there. So now Josh Gibson, in his first professional at-bat, steps into the right-handed batter's box. Now the first pitch taken outside for a ball. Starts ahead of Duncan here, 1-0. Next pitch lifted high in the air in right field. That's going to hook out of play foul. Count it 1-1. I gotta say it's been hard to look up this Josh Gibson because, well, the other Josh Gibson comes up.
Yeah.
When you try to search Josh Gibson baseball. Now the 1-1 pitch. Chopper toward short. Kerpa will take it in. Short toss over to second for out number 3. But the Otters get a run on the JT Benson long ball. They lead 1-0 as we head to the third. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
We head to the third inning. Otters lead 1-0. Brahms out there for another inning of work. He's done some great work. And in that second inning, 1, 2, 3, a couple of strikeouts.
Yeah, I mean, he's looked really good so far, and now he has a lead. The one thing about this Evansville team recently is they've taken the lead early, and then they've given it up immediately. So if Brahms is able to come in here and shut down Windy City in this third inning, keep this lead, and get the offense back up quickly, I think that is a good sign moving forward after a couple of series where that really has been the case.
It'll be James Dunlap to meet him. Through 2 innings, he's only faced 7 batters, giving up 1 hit. Dunlap steps into the right-handed batter's box. He's only played in 7 games, the .222 average. Now the first pitch in from Brahms is taken for a strike, starts ahead 0-1. Dunlap just finished up his 3-year college career. Played his final season with the Catawba Indians. Pitch runs outside. Count evens up at 1-1. Had a .320 batting average in his final season. Not a guy who hit a lot of home runs. Only 9 during his 3-year college career. Now the 1-1 pitch. Lifted high in the air into center field. Brown is going to have to come in on it. And he is going to bring it in for out number 1.
And one thing about Parker Brahms, he's going to attack the zone. I just hope this second time through the order, once this Windy City team picks up on that, he's able to mix up the pitches and throw a couple of first pitch breakers instead of just going to that first pitch fastball. We'll see, though. I mean, Harbison is the 9-hole hitter, so next one up is the turn of the lineup. We'll see if Brahms makes any adjustments or if this same mindset just keeps on working.
First pitch into Harbison. Checked his swing. Didn't mean to, but he did go on a pitch in the dirt. Starts behind 0-1. Harbison with a .373 batting average in 16 games. Behind 0-1. Next pitch in there for a strike, and quickly he's behind 0-2. Harbison played with Windy City last year in 22 games. Was not nearly the hitter he has been so far early in this year. Now he's behind 0-2. Next pitch in from Brahms in the dirt. Harbison didn't go. Count moves to 1-2. Got some clouds here. So it's been sunny these first couple of innings, and now the clouds starting to cover. There is, of course, the potential for rain pretty much all through the night. And we're going to knock on wood that we don't get any. Now the 1-2 pitch. Checked his swing. Did he go? He did not, says the first base umpire, Jose Navas. Count evens up at 2-2. Now the 2-2 pitch into Harbison. Lifts that one high and out of play. An overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Harbison, during his first 2 years of college baseball, played at Indiana State. Then played his last 2 with Western Carolina. Now he's back here playing in the Hoosier State. 2-2 pitch, lifted high in the air into right field. That one's going to get out of play. So he stays alive once again, and we'll do it again. Harbison, the 24-year-old out of Cincinnati, Ohio, 2-2 pitch taken outside. Count runs full. Brahms comes set, delivers the payoff pitch. High in the air into left field. Taylor on his way back. Pierce on his way back to the track, and that one is gone. So the Thunderbolts answer back with a solo shot of their own, and we are tied at 1 here in the top of the third.
And at some point, it just becomes so frustrating because it seems like every single time the Otters take the lead, somehow the other team just gets it right back. Obviously, just a good piece of hitting there. That one was off the inside part of the plate, but just sucks.
Now it's back to the top of the lineup, and Jose Kerpa as he fouls that one off into the glove, and he's behind 0-1. That was Harbison's first professional home run in his 2 seasons of pro ball. Now the 0-1 pitch taken for a strike, and quickly Brahms is ahead of Kerpa 0-2. And now Kerpa takes time. So after giving up that home run, Brahms attacking Kerpa here quickly. Kerpa back in the box, awaits the 0-2 pitch from Brahms. Takes that one high, count moves to 1-2. That was Brahms' 40th pitch of the night. And gets ahead of that one. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Brown's going to have to go and get it, and will. A hard throw to first. Gets Kerpa in time. A German-American Bank strikeout. Pulled the string on him. Brown did a good job keeping it in front of him, but had to go to his left to grab it, but a strong throw nails down Kerpa. We saw Kerpa get on base to start the game after an error from Josh Gibson, and almost managed to do the same thing there, but now there's 2 away, and it brings in Michael Sandel. First pitch taken inside, just inside. He starts ahead of Brahms 1-0. That pitch stays high. Now count at 2-0. Brahms looks into Brown and comes set. Now the 2-0 pitch. That one stays low. Now he's going to have to work from behind 3-0 against Sandel, who has 4 home runs on the year. 2 of them have come in this last week. Next pitch, taken for a strike, gets back in the count. Now it moves to 3-1. Top of the third here in this first of 2 7-inning games. Next pitch in the zone, works it back to full. Tied 1-1. A solo shot for both of the teams so far. Now the payoff pitch into Sandel. Hard hit into left field. That's going to get down. It's going to go all the way to the bullpen to the corner. He's going to turn at first and go to second base. And with 2 away, the Thunderbolts have a runner in scoring position. And it will lead to Dakota Katowski.
And that was just a breaker that Brahms just missed. Just middle there. Good piece of hitting by Sandler to hook it down the left field line, and now they have a chance to take the lead with 2 away.
Katowski steps in. .213 batting average, but 8 home runs on the season. Brahms looks back, now comes set and delivers. Katowski fouls that one off, and he's behind 0-1. Katowski awaits, then steps back into the right-handed batter's box. And awaits the 0-1 pitch from Brahms. High hit into left center field, and that one is going to get out. And a breaker that stayed up. Katowski makes him pay. That was 112 off the bat. We mentioned he is a 3-outcome type player, and, well, that's one of the outcomes he has had a lot. That's his 9th home run of the year.
I mean, 438, easy.
25.
Easy.
David Mayberry.
Wow. I mean, I have nothing else to say.
Mentioned that the long ball has been the thing that's bitten Brahms, and it's bitten him here. 3 runs coming off the back of 2 home runs. And now the Otters are going to have to work from behind as they trail 3-1. But Brahms has to get out of this 3rd inning first. First pitch into the first baseman, Mayberry is taken for a strike. Starts behind 0-1. Brahms works quickly. Now the 0-1 pitch. That one's fouled back.
Overhead foul ball.
He's behind 0-2 now.
Heads construction, choose the best.
Mayberry calls time, so another batter that Brahms is ahead 0-2. See if he can get him here. Now the 0-2 pitch into the first baseman. Swing and a miss for strike 3. A German-American bank strikeout gets him out of the inning, but not before the Thunderbolts score 3 runs on 2 long balls, including the 2-run bomb from Dakota Katowski. The Otters mentioned they're going to have to work from behind now as they trail 3-1. We head to the bottom of the 3rd. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library.
Otters all of a sudden have to work from behind here. Duncan's out there for his 3rd inning of work. We'll see if the second time through the lineup the Otters can do some more damage. Dennis Pierce will be the first to meet him in this bottom of the 3rd inning.
This first time through, they made solid contact against this guy. We'll see if they continue to do so. And Pierce, again, a guy that I've been impressed with. Hopefully he can get this 3rd inning off and going, and Evansville can battle back after a 3-run 3rd for Windy City.
First at bat, a hard ground out to the shortstop Kerpa. Now the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game steps into the right-handed batter's box. First pitch, Bender in there for a strike, and he starts behind 0-1. Quickly, Duncan works. Now that one misses outside. Count moves to 1-1. Dennis Pierce mentioned he was just signed not too long ago. Finished up his 2025 season at East Stroudsburg. It looks like they'll call a pitch clock violation on Dennis Pierce there, I believe.
Maybe a warning?
Maybe just, I don't know exactly what that was. It wasn't a pitch clock violation. Count still at 1-1. That pitch outside, count moves to 2-1.
Maybe both of them weren't looking at the right time, and
maybe he just had something in his eye, and that's why he pointed to his eye. I don't know. I'm not sure what the play was there, but either way, counts at 2-1. Duncan delivers. That one's hit high in the air into right field. It will be Katowski who will try to find it in the sun and will. And so quickly one away will lead to Graham Brown, who singled his first at bat.
Center fielder, number 24, Graham Brown.
Off-speed pitch, middle, just seemed to just miss it off the bat. Now Brown back into the right-handed batter's box. First pitch, Bender in there for a strike, starts behind 0-1. Graham Brown's Coastal Carolina Chanticleers won their first game in the College World Series yesterday. Checked his swing. Did he go? He did, says the first base umpire Novice. And now he's going to work from behind 0-2. So call time.
Duncan has a really tight spinning breaking ball. That's why you're kind of seeing these Otters hitters off balance, not sure to swing. He has a good one.
0-2 pitch. Fastball in the hands, but fouls it off. Stays alive at 0-2.
Then you pair it with an up and in fastball at 93. I mean, it's tough for these hitters right now. There's a reason he has the numbers he has.
Next pitch into Brown. Fastball finds his own. He strikes out looking. And now there's quickly 2 away for Pavin Parks.
Third baseman.
Looked like he was expecting off speed there. Instead got fastball down the middle. There are 3 doubleheaders going on around the Frontier League today. Brockton and Tri-City have played a doubleheader. Obviously, we're playing a doubleheader, and Joliet and Washington playing a doubleheader. That game, obviously, the most of note for the Otters. Currently tied 3-3 in the top of the 5th. First pitch into Parks, taken low for a ball. And Pavin will start ahead 0-1. Parks starting to heat up, a 429 OBP in his last 7 days. His 2 home runs as well as he watches that pitch for a ball, and he starts ahead 2-0. Also has earned 3 walks to 5 strikeouts during that time. Now the 2-0 pitch. Bender finds his own, and he gets back into the count. Moves to 2-1. Duncan works quickly. Now the 2-1 pitch. Fastball fouled off. Count back to even at 2-2. Pavin will call time as he tries to reset himself, and he tries to keep this inning alive for the Otters. Parks' OBP up to a 364. He's done a good job really working back in this season. Now the 2-2 pitch. Bender gets him swinging at that one. He strikes out for out number 3. So Duncan comes in and goes quickly 1-2-3. The Otters come back out in the 4th, still trailing 3-1. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND-CASA.com. Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
We head to the 4th inning. Parker Brom's out there for another inning of work. He tries to work back in after he gave up a couple of home runs last inning. Otters trail 3-1. Mentioned that Windy City has won 3 series. It's come against Washington very early in the season. They also beat Lake Erie and Gateway in back-to-back series as well. So they've beaten some good teams. And again, you kind of figure it's come down to these two pitchers going out there and dominating those games.
Yeah, and it's tough that Evansville drew both of them, but that's just how their rotation fell. You would really like to get yourself back into this one again against a team in Windy City who has struggled.
Oscar Serratos will be the first to meet Parker Brahms. Takes a practice swing, then steps into the box. First pitch in from Brahms. Taken high for a ball and starts behind Serratos 1-0. Brahms, always pitching from the stretch, delivers the 1-0 pitch. Gets Serratos swinging at that one. Count moves to 1-1. Serratos, one of the batters coming in, batting at 176 below the Mendoza line. 1-1 pitch fouled back. Count now in Brahms' favor as it's at 1-2. Last year with Great Falls in the Pioneer League had a .325 batting average, had 4 home runs. That pitch stays high. Count evens up at 2-2. Brahms asks for a new baseball. Now looks into Logan Brown and delivers a 2-2 pitch. Fouled off as Serratos stays alive. Looks like we'll get time there from the home plate umpire, Max Langley. It was 3 runs on 2 home runs for Windy City in the third. Now Brahms out there in the fourth. 2-2 pitch, hard hit into center field. Graham Brown on the run to his right is gonna slide and bring it in at the track. A great catch for Graham Brown to get a loud out number 1 in this inning.
And that's one where probably has double written all over it, maybe even a triple given how long it was in the air. But Graham Brown, great read sliding, making the catch on the track.
Now it's Garrett Broussard. Brahms quickly delivers the first pitch. Just misses. Just low. She starts behind Broussard 1-0. That one laced to second base just over Josh Gibson. Jumped, but couldn't bring it in. So a 1-out base knock will lead to Christian Kazimka.
Designated hitter, 14, Christian Kuzemka.
Kazimka struck out his last time up. Struck out to end the second inning. Brahms comes set and delivers the first pitch. First check over at first. Just trying to keep Broussard honest over there at first. Broussard only 1 stolen base attempt and was caught stealing. That pitch just misses. Starts behind Broussard, or rather Kazimka, 1-0. Now the 1-0 pitch. Swung through that one. Count evens up at 1-1. Kazimka calls time as he tries to reset. Again, just trying to get something to work for him. A 162 average coming in to start play today. Now the 1-1 pitch in from Brahms. Pulled the string, got him out in front. He's ahead of Kazimka 1-2 here. Kazimka in his second season with Windy City. Had 11 home runs a year prior. Next pitch, up and in. Misses, count evens up at 2-2. He does have 3 home runs this year, so he has hit the ball hard. In 12 hits, 2 of them are doubles, 3 of them home runs. Now waits a 2-2 pitch from Parker Brahms. Chopper towards third, a high chopper as Parks will have to wait for it. Throw to second in time for one. Throw to first, not going to be in time. So the Otters get the lead runner, get a second out, and with 2 away, it will lead to the second baseman, James Dunlap.
Second baseman, 7, James Dunlap.
And the second time this game, we've seen Paven be patient with it and make that throw over to second. Now Brahms trying to work a clean 4th inning to get the Otters back up and a chance to try to claw back in this one. First pitch into Dunlap, taken for a strike, gets ahead of him 0-1. Dunlap in the right-handed batter's box. 0-1 pitch, chopper foul, and quickly he's behind 0-2. Dunlap, the 24-year-old out of Oklahoma. Mentioned that he just finished up his college career at Catawba. Joined Windy City. Now the 0-2 pitch. Swung on a miss for strike 3. A German-American bank strikeout. Gets Brahms out of the inning. Otters still trail 3-1. They head to bat in the 4th. And you're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library.
Almost 200 people, Millennium Steel, great to have you with us.
L.J. Jones will be the first to meet Greg Duncan here in the 4th inning. Otters trail 3-1. It's been the story of the long ball. Otters got on top with the long ball from J.T. Benson, who will be up second in this inning. And then Windy City responded with their own, a couple of home runs, including a 2-run home run for Dakota Katowski. Put them up 3-1. But the Otters have done a good job at battling back in ththese games when they're at home. We'll see if they can continue to do it here. Otters come in with a 10-6 record at home when they play at Bosse Field. They're trying to add a couple of wins to that today. Now the first pitch into Jones is taken for a strike. He starts behind 0-1. But it's a tall task against a couple of really good pitchers here for Windy City. Now the 0-1 pitch, a curveball in the dirt, evens it up at 1-1. L.J. Jones has really been starting to catch fire. He's bumped his average up to 333, 12 RBIs on the year. Takes that pitch for a ball. Count moves to 2-1. Next pitch, Bender just misses inside. Great take from L.J. Jones there. Gets the count to 3-1. Now the 3-1 pitch. Bender checked his swing but did go. Or potentially it's just called a strike. Either way, it is strike 2 and count goes to full. As L.J. Jones will take time. Jones 5 for 9 in his last 4 games he's appeared in. Now the payoff pitch. Chopper towards thirds, taken in by Broussard. Long throw to first in time for a quick out number 1. And now it will lead to the home run hitter today, J.T. Vincent.
Right fielder, number 9, J.T. Vincent.
Another ball hit hard by L.J. Jones at 95, but that one was just pounded into the dirt. And now the former Louisville Cardinal awaits the first pitch. Duncan wastes no time as he fouls that one off. And Vincent behind 0-1. Benson, another one of these Otters with their collegiate team in the College World Series still. Now steps back into the right-handed batter's box and awaits the 0-1 pitch from Duncan. That one outside, count moves to 1-1. Benson coming in with a .422 average. Swings through that one. Duncan works quickly. That one's hit high into the air into right field. Katowski will drift back a little bit and bring it in for out number 2. So another hard hit ball, but just got under it as he lifts that one high into the air for a medium deep pop out, fly out rather. And with 2 away, it'll be up to Keenan Taylor to try to extend this inning for the Otters. First pitch, Bender just catches the outside part of the zone for a strike. So now Taylor behind 0-1 as Duncan already set and working quickly. Bender lifted into the air into center field. It's Sandel on his way in, a diving for it, and does bring it in for out number 3. So a fantastic defensive play. Keeps Keenan Taylor off the board with a hit. And we'll head to the 5th inning. Otters still trail 3-1. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VANDCASA.com. Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org.
Parker Brahms out there for another inning of work. And guess what? All you can eat wings and fries are back at Buffalo Wild Wings Monday through Thursday, now including traditional wings. That's right, all the wings and fries you can eat with your favorite sauce. Just $19.99 for boneless and $24.99 for traditional wings. So get all the heavy hitters together and head to Buffalo Wild Wings Mondays through Thursdays for a limited time. Dine in only. Visit either Evansville location at 5405 Pearl Drive and 715 North Green River Road for details. So as Brahms finishes up his warm-up, he's looked really good in 3 of his 4 innings, but those 2 home runs are what stick out right now. Right now they are the difference as the Otters trail 3-1. And speaking of those home runs, Kyle Harbison will be the first to meet him. He hit the first home run that tied it up in the 3rd. His first professional career home run. First pitch squared around the bump, but pulled it back. It's called for a strike. And now he starts behind 0-1. Oh, 1 pitch, squares around a bunt, and does get it down. It'll be Brahms who will pick it up, but a perfectly placed bunt will get him on base.
Shortstop.
Looked like there was a little bit of miscommunication there between Logan Brown and Brahms, who wanted to get it. Brown was a little bit slow to get to it.
Well, honestly, even if someone does get to it, that bunt was so perfect on this wet ground right now that I don't think they would have had a chance anyway, even if one of them got to it quickly.
First pitch into Turpa is fouled off hard, and he starts ahead of Turpa 0-1. Kerpa 0-1. Kerpa 0 for 2 on the day, reached via the air and then struck out swinging. Check over at first on Harbison. Harbison has stolen 2 bags on the year in 2 attempts. Now the 0-1 pitch swung through by Kerpa, and he's quickly behind 0-2. He will call time as he tries to reset himself. He steps back into the right-handed batter's box. Brahms comes set and delivers the 0-2 pitch. That one runs high. Count it 1-2. 75 pitches for Brahms. Now the 1-2 pitch. Fouled back as Kerpa stays alive. Still no one warming up in the Otters bullpen, so you would expect him to go at least through this 5th inning if he can. But is working with traffic as there is a runner on first with no one out yet. Now the 1-2 pitch. Chopper up the middle. Camus gets to it. He's going to tack second for 1. Throw to first. Not in time. But a great play as Camus ranged to his left to get it and gets a big out number 1 as he gets the lead runner.
That's one where it looked like both Gibson and Camus were racing after instead of one of them covering the bag. And you see Camus right now saying that Gibson needs to be the one to cover that bag, and that's Camus' ball all the way. I agree. Gibson needs to be ready to take that one on a flip and turn it quickly to try and get that double play instead of Camus having to take it himself.
Check over at first on Kerpa. Kerpa was picked off whenever he reached in the 1st inning. Now Brahms looks in as he tries to work around a runner at first. First pitch, Kerpa takes off. Pitch to strike, throw a second. Just can't be handled by Josh Gibson. Would have been a close play at second, but Kerpa is safe. As Brahms works ahead of Sandel 0-1. Sandel did double his last time up, working on his 2-for-2 day. See if Brahms can try to figure a way to get him out here. The 0-1 pitch. High fly ball into center field. Gibson on his way back. Graham Brown will be the one who comes in on it, though, and brings it in for out number 2 with that runner staying at second base. Next is Dakota Katowski.
24, Dakota Katowski.
And you wonder if potentially the Otters could walk him here, especially Mayberry on deck. 2 strikeouts already in this game. Katowski, obviously that 2-run home run that is the difference right now. But Brahms will pitch to him. And the first pitch, laced into right field. That one's going to find the gap. It's going to get down to the wall. A run will score. Benson will pick it up and throw it in to the cutoff man, Gibson. So a first pitch double for Katowski. Makes him 2 for 3 on the day.
25.
And now the score is 4-1. I mean, you have to pitch that guy carefully, right? I understand you're trying to get that changeup on the inner half, but if you're going to pitch that guy in that situation with Mayberry on deck, you have to not pitch it in the zone, because that's the situation where I don't think you walk him, but if you walk him, you're not upset about it, because he can do things like that.
First pitch into Mayberry stays high. It's Katowski's 3rd RBI on the day. First one Brahms has given up that didn't come off the back of a home run. Now the 1-0 pitch. Pulled the string, got Mayberry out in front. Count evens up at 1-1. Mayberry came in with a .382 on-base percentage. But Brahms has managed to strike him out twice. Now the 1-1 pitch into the first baseman. Swings through that one. Count moves to 1-2. It just feels like Mayberry just can't pick up this ball. He struggled to make contact, obviously with 2 strikeouts. Now the 1-2 pitch. Chopper towards third. That's going to go just foul. So count still at 1-2 as we do it again. It's now 4-1 here in the top of the 5th inning. The Otters have been mostly shut down by the opposing pitcher, Greg Duncan. Two away here. Next, the 1-2 pitch into Mayberry. In the dirt, great stop by Logan Brown to keep that runner at second. He'll ask for a new baseball. Count evens up at 2-2. Already 1 in this 5th inning. With Katowski over at second, the RBI double. Now the 2-2 pitch with 2 away. Stays high, count runs full. On deck is Serratos, who also doesn't have a hit yet in this game. We'll see how Brahms wants to attack him. Attack Mayberry here with a full count and a base open. Next, the payoff pitch. Laced into left field. In on it is Pierce. He's going to bring it in for out number 3. So the Thunderbolts do score 1, but that's it. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Otters trail 4-1. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and the 96.9 WYIR.
Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800. Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org.
Back on the mound is Greg Duncan. You know who else is back? All you can eat wings and fries at Buffalo Wild Wings. That's right. Monday through Thursday, now including traditional wings. All the wings and fries you can eat with your favorite sauce, just $19.99 for boneless and $24.99 for traditional wings. So get all the heavy hitters together and head to Buffalo Wild Wings, Mondays through Thursdays for a limited time. Dine-in only. Visit either Evansville location at 5405 World Drive and 715 North Greenville Road for details. So the Otters trail 4-1. They have 9 outs to work with in this first of 2 7-inning games. But Greg Duncan has really settled in here.
And that's the thing with these 7-inning games is they go by so quick. And all of a sudden, you just don't have time anymore. The time just runs out. I mean, a 3-run deficit usually in the 5th inning is like, okay, that's doable. But now, at this point, you have to get something going in this inning. You have to.
It's Logan Brown to meet Duncan first. The 7-8-9 hitters up, but Brown with a base hit in his first at-bat. One of 3 Otters hits today. Takes the first pitch for a strike, starts behind 0-1. It was a first pitch fastball that he took back up the middle. Now watches that pitch low. Count moves to 1-1. Duncan still working fast. 1-1 pitch swung through by Logan Brown. Count moves to 1-2. Brown steps back into the left-handed batter's box. 1-2 pitch, chopper towards shirt. Corpa will take it on a bounce. Throw to first in time for out number 1. Duncan worked the last 2 innings, 1, 2, 3, and gets the first out here. Now it's up to Alay Camus. As he steps into the left-handed batter's box. First pitch, taken for a strike, starts behind 0-1. That one in the dirt. Evens up at 1-1. Duncan has set down 9 straight Otters hitters. 1-1 pitch, chopper. Up the middle, it'll be taken in by Duncan. Short toss to first and brought in for out number 2.
Number 35, Josh Gibson.
So make it 10 straight Otters that have gone down straight. Next, it's Josh Gibson. Steps into the right-handed batter's box. Played last year at LSU Shreveport with a .400 batting average. Watches the first pitch outside for a ball. Starts ahead 1-0. That pitch low, and he's quickly ahead of Duncan here 2-0. And it feels like the Otters just trying to break into Duncan any way possible because he is really set into a groove. 2-0 pitch, low and away, and now the count's at 3-0.
At this point, you are not swinging. Do not swing. Don't even think about it. Just stand in the box like a statue and take it. Even if it's right down the middle.
We'll get time as the catcher Harbison goes out to talk with Duncan. Just a quick chat after 3 straight balls into Josh Gibson, the 9-hole hitter for the Otters today. Take a quick look around the Frontier League. Washington now ahead of Joliet 4-3. Ottawa ahead of Three Rivers 3-0. Tri-City won the first game of their doubleheader 5-1 over Brockton. Now the 3-0 pitch taken outside for ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk for Josh Gibson extends the inning to Dennis Pierce.
Sidewalk Cafe and Bar.
That is the first walk of the game for Greg Duncan.
The left fielder, number 10, Dennis Pierce.
In fact, that's the first walk either team has surrendered in this game. And now it will lead to Dennis Pierce as he tries to just crawl back and get a 2-out rally going. First pitch. Off speed, misses outside. So 5 straight balls pitched by Greg Duncan now. Pierce ahead 1-0. Next pitch, hard hit, but foul, and that will get out of play. An overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
Never regret it.
Count now even up at 1-1. 25 stolen bases and 30 attempts for Gibson last year. High pop-up into left field. Kerpa will track under it at the foul line for out number 3. So the Otters finally get a runner on base, but do nothing with it. They still trail 4-1 as we head to the 6th. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville Vanderburgh Public Library. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you can be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND CASA.com.
Jersey Mike's is now located at 939 North Park Road.
Clouds have started to fully cover historic Bossy Field as we head to the 6th inning. Parker Brahms out there for another inning of work and did give up a run in his last at-bat as he finishes his warm-up. Gave up a RBI double to Dakota Katowski.
Leading off in left field, 13, Oscar Serratos.
It'll be Serratos to meet him first after he managed to get the first baseman Mayberry out for the 3rd time in this game. Serratos still 0 for 2 in this one. First pitch, high pop up into shallow right center field. Gibson will track it and bring it in for out number 1, a 1-pitch out to start this inning. The 4 through 8 hitters, only 1 hit between them, and it was Broussard who did get that hit. So he's done well around this part of the lineup. We'll see if he can continue that. With 1 away, pitch to Broussard is taken for a strike. He jumps that ahead 0-1. Now Brahms working quickly. Next pitch laced to right field, but foul. And he's quickly ahead of Broussard 0-2. Broussard does have a home run on the year, but again, batting 161, at least coming into this game. Now the 0-2 pitch, taken outside as he lays off. Next, the 1-2 pitch into Broussard. Laced into right field. That one's going to get down. And that's going to die right in front of JT Benson. A long turn at first, but he will go back to first. Will Broussard. So his 2nd hit of the game, and with 1 away, it will lead to Christian Kazimka.
Now, with Brahms, he sits mid to high 80s on that fastball. That one just 86 outside. Able to shoot it the opposite way was Broussard for a hard hit single. And now Windy City once again has some traffic.
Kazimka still looking for his first hit in the game. Steps into the right-handed batter's box. First pitch in from Brahms is taken for a ball. He starts ahead 1-0. Kazimka played part of 2021 back with Schaumburg. Then didn't come back to professional baseball until 2024 and has played the last 2 seasons with Windy City. He fouls that one off as the count evens up at 1-1.
Please. We need Jason Ramsey to say hello and go visit the first base usher. Jason
Kazimka will call time as he tries to reset himself.
Usher, say hello. He might have something for you as well.
Again, last year with 11 home runs, 13 doubles, and 4 triples. A couple of doubles and 3 home runs this year for him. Quick choke over at first on Broussard, just to keep him honest. Kazimka standing at 6'4", stands really tall in that right-handed batter's box. 1-1 pitch, chopper towards third. Parks will have to chase it in. He's only played a first throw in time in the dirt, but it gets by L.J. Jones. He'll have to run all the way to the wall. They're going to send home Broussard. They're going to make a throw to the plate. It's not going to be in time. And Kazimka will get all the way to third. So the Otters gift a run to Windy City. And with 1 away, there's a runner at third as they threaten to score more.
in a game like this, where you're already down 3 runs and you're running out of time, that is just not a mistake you want to make at all. That one really hurts.
Now it's James Dunlap as he tries to get that runner in from third to extend this already 5-1 lead for Windy City. First pitch, fouled overhead. An overhead foul ball brought to you by Hats Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. So Brahms ahead 0-1 of Dunlap. 0-1 pitch, taken just low. Count evens up at 1-1. Infield playing at the edge of the infield grass for the Otters. Now Brahms will deliver the 1-1 pitch. Laced up the middle for a base hit. That's going to score another runner for Windy City. They extend their lead to 6-1 now.
Catcher, 19, Kyle Harbison.
Now it's Kyle Harbison, who's had a fantastic game. Now it's Max Peterson as he jumps out of the dugout to go at least chat with Parker Brahms. And he will make the change as he points over to the bullpen. So we'll get a new pitcher for the Otters when we come back after this short break on the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
New pitcher for the Otters is Jack Washburn. Washburn on the mound. Logan Brown behind the plate. That pitcher and catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call 812-475-9000. Washburn, in his last appearance, pitched an inning, gave up 3 hits, and gave up 2 runs as he tries to keep the 6-1 deficit where it's at.
And hopefully he's able to do that. Now Evansville down by 5, going into their final 6 outs. Not a place they wanted to be, especially against a guy like Duncan, who's dealing, and no signs of him coming out anytime soon with the Windy City bullpen quiet. We'll see. It'll be 9-1 and 2, the 3 that are up to bat and on deck and then in the hole against Washburn.
First to meet him will be Harbison, who's 2 for 2 on the day. Had that solo shot back in the 3rd inning. They had a bunt single in his last at-bat. With 1 away, first pitch into Harbison is a foul ball. So he starts ahead of him 0-1.
Overhead foul ball brought to you by Hats Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
Washburn making his 5th appearance for the Otters. Now the 0-1 pitch taken for a strike, and he starts ahead of Harbison 0-2. Next, the 0-2 pitch into Harbison. Runner almost goes for a steal and then stops, but that pitch is fouled off. Dunlap over at first. Hasn't attempted a stolen base yet this year. Next pitch, Bender just misses low. Count moves to 1-2. In his final season with Catawba, Dunlap did steal 7 out of 9 bags. Now the 1-2 pitch. Chops that one foul as he stays alive. Harbison did foul off a couple of 2-strike pitches against Brahms before he sent his deep. Now as he continues the battle against Washburn here. Runner does take off a huge jump, but a foul tip into the glove will be a German-American Bank strikeout. The runner does advance to second, and with 2 away, it will lead to Jose Kerpa.
You would really like that run on second not to score here. Again, just want to keep this lead as minimal as possible for Windy City.
First pitch into Kerpa. It's taken for a strike. Starts ahead of him 0-1. It's 6 runs on 10 hits and a couple of Otters errors for Windy City. Well, Evansville with a run on 3 hits. Now the 0-1 pitch. Foul tip back, and he's quickly behind 0-2. Washburn looks in and comes set. So he delivers the 0-2 pitch. Kerpa checked his swing, didn't go. On a pitch that was too high. Count moves to 1-2. Washburn looks into Brown, comes set and delivers. That pitch stays high as well. Count evens up at 2-2. Washburn played with Lake Country last year and spent a little bit of time with them this year. Pitched in 1 game in an inning. That pitch in the dirt, checked his swing, he didn't go, so count runs full. He's pitched in 4 2/3 innings for the Otters, given up 3 runs, a home run, he's walked 1, and now struck out 5. Looks into Brown. And now agrees and comes set. Delivers the payoff pitch. Pulled the string, got him swinging. Another German-American Bank strikeout. Windy City adds 2 more as they lead 6-1. We head to the bottom of the 6th. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library.
Otters trail 6-1 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be Graham Brown to meet him first. That is Greg Duncan, whose only blemish on the day is a solo shot to J.T. Benson. But other than that, he has been almost untouchable for the Otters here. But Brown does have a hit back in the 1st inning. So he looks to try to get something going here for the Otters. They trail 6-1. They have 6 outs left in this 7-inning first game of the doubleheader. Brown comes set in the right-handed batter's box. First pitch, Bender in there for a strike. Got Brown leaning back on that one. Next pitch taken outside for a ball. Count evens up at 1-1. Fouls that one off. A high chopper just past the third baseman. 1-2 count now for Graham Brown. Duncan works quickly. The 1-2 pitch. Chopper foul. As he stays alive. That pitch stays outside. Count moves to 1. Evens up at 2-2. Two-two pitch. Hard hit towards third on the ground. Brought in by Broussard. Throw to first in time for out number 1.
Third baseman, number 11, Pavin Parks.
And with 1 away, it'll bring on Pavin Parks. First pitch, taken low for a ball. Parks ahead 1-0. Swings through that one. Count moves to 1-1. Swings through that one, and he calls time. Count moves to 1-2. Otters trying to just battle back here as they trail 6-1 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Parks 0 for 2 on the day, does have a strikeout. Now the 1-2 pitch, swings through that Bender, and another strikeout. Only the 4th on the night for Greg Duncan. And with 2 away, it'll bring up L.J. Jones.
L.J. Jones.
And this is the point where Evansville really, you got to get in desperation mode almost. Only 4 outs to go and trailing 6-1.
First pitch, Jones lays off the off-speed pitch in the dirt. Jumps ahead 1-0. Otters haven't held without a hit since the 2nd inning. Next pitch away. Count moves to 2-0. Gibson did draw a walk last inning, but it has been the only thing they've been able to get across since that 2nd inning where JT Benson had a home run. Logan Brown got a base knock. 2-0 pitch, Bender. Jones swings through it. Count moves to 2-1. Next pitch, pulled the string on him again, and count evens up at 2-2 as he swings through that one. Jones takes time. Also 0 for 2 on the day with a strikeout. Jones all the way out of the circle. Now steps back into the box as he tries to fight to keep this inning alive. 2-2 pitch, fastball, chopper, right back to the pitcher Duncan. Toss over to first in time for out number 3. So the Otters go quietly once again. We head to the final inning, the 7th inning. Otters trail 6-1. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND CASA.com. Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
Jack Washburn out there for another inning of work. He faced the last two batters. In the sixth, struck them both out. He looks to try to do some more of the same as the Otters trail 6-1, and he tries to keep this deficit where it's at.
Yeah, and he looked good when he came out of the pen. We'll see how he does against a very dangerous part of this Windy City order. Just got to keep it where it's at. Can't allow any more runs to score for Windy City.
Home plate umpire Max Langley cleans off home plate as Washburn steps onto the mound. Looks like Langley will wait for the pitch clock to hit 30. Washburn tries to keep this 5-run deficit where it's at for the Otters in the bottom half of the seventh. Michael Sandel, the first to face him in this inning. First pitch, Bender stays high. And he starts behind Sandel 1-0. Next pitch in from Washburn. Fastball blew it by him. Sandel swung, coming up with nothing. Count evens up at 1-1. First of two tonight for the Otters against Windy City. Have another seven inning game after this one. 1-1 pitch just outside, count moves to 2-1. Now the 2-1 pitch in from Jack Washburn. Off-speed pitch stays up and in, and now he's behind Sandel 3-1. Mentioned the Otters have one more game tonight, then they play again tomorrow against Windy City before they get Monday off and play 4 games in 3 days against Washington. Sandel swings through that one and comes up with nothing. Count runs full. Games Tuesday and Wednesday before a doubleheader on Thursday upcoming for the Otters against Washington. Now the payoff pitch. Fouled up overhead, an overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. This count stays full, we'll do it again. Washburn looks in and comes set. He'll deliver the payoff pitch once again. Into Michael Sandel. That one misses, so a 8-pitch walk for Washburn.
Right fielder.
Sandel leads it off with a walk, and it leads to Katowski, who had a 2-run home run back in the third inning that gave Windy City the lead. And even though they've added to it since, Greg Duncan has muted this Otters offense. First pitch, takes it high, and he starts behind Katowski 1-0. Katowski also doubled in a run back in the 5th inning. Quick check over at first, and it's going to get away from L.J. Jones. He's going to get all the way to the wall, and Sandel's not going to take third. And that one's going to get past Paven Parks as well, but it's going to be brought in by Pierce. Throw home. That one's going to be up the line, and he is safe. And so the Otters just throwing it all around the park right now.
And right there is zero need for a throw from the first base warning track all the way across the diamond and try to get him at third. He was going to get there anyway. You have to eat that. You cannot throw across the diamond and allow another run to score when you're already facing a 5-run deficit. There's no reason.
Next pitch into Katowski is taken high, so Katowski ahead 2-0. So now no one on for Washburn as he tries to work back into this one. Otters trail 7-1 here in the top of the 7th. That pitch, high foul ball. Benson on the run will try to find it, and he does bring it in. Out all the way into the bullpen, brings it in for out number 1. And so now with 1 away and 1 in, it brings in David Mayberry.
First baseman, 25,
Still searching for his first hit of the night. Now the first pitch into the Thunderbolts first baseman is taken for a ball. Starts behind another hitter, 1-0. That pitch stays high. The count moves to 2-0. Washburn from the stretch, as always, delivers in the 2-0 pitch. That one stays high, so count moves to 3-0 as he struggling to find the zone in this inning. Already 1 walk. Now the 3-0 pitch. Finds his zone with that one. Count moves to 3-1. Mentioned that Mayberry came in hitting 253 rather, with a 382 on base percentage. So he swings through that one. Count moves to full. And Mayberry calls time as he tries to focus himself. Only 1 extra base hit for him this year. That one runs outside, so another walk for Washburn. And with 1 away, it'll be Oscar Serratos.
Oscar Serratos.
Serratos also looking for his first hit in this game. Also standing at 0 for 3. First pitch in from Washburn. That one's taken high, and he starts behind another batter, 1-0.
Yeah, he's leaving everything high right now on the fastball. Just a frustrating one right now for Evansville. Really is.
Still no one warming up in the bullpen, and with the game already at 7-1 and the final inning of this one, and with another game to play after this, you wonder if it's just get out there and get this one over with.
Yeah, they're going to let him battle through this unless he just starts giving up hard hit ball after hard hit ball. If it's just control issues, they're going to let him fight through it at this point.
1-0 pitch swung through that one, so gets back into the zone after that mound visit from Logan Brown. Count moves to 1-1. Now the 1-1 pitch. Taken just inside. Count moves to 2-1. Washburn played 2 seasons with Oregon State, played a season with Ole Miss, and a season with Texas Tech during his collegiate career. Now the 2-1 pitch inside. Count moves to 3-1. One away, 1 in, 1 on over at first base. Now the 3-1 pitch from Washburn. High pop-up, foul territory. It's going to get out of play. So another full count here for Washburn. He's walked 2 batters. Both of those were in full counts. See if he can find the zone here. He comes set. Now delivers the payoff pitch. That one misses high, so a third walk in this inning for Washburn. And now with runners on first and second with one away, it'll be Garrett Broussard who's working on a 2-for-3 day.
Third baseman, 6, Garrett Broussard.
Broussard also came in to score in his last at-bat. First pitch taken high. He starts behind another batter. 5 batters this inning. He started behind all of them. Started ahead of both of the batters he faced in the 6th. Now the 1-0 pitch. Gets back into the zone. Count evens up at 1-1. Now the 1-1 pitch. Laced into left field. That's going to get through for a base hit. They're going to hold the runner at third, so bases will be loaded with one away.
Designated hitter
For the DH, Christian Kazimka.
Christian Kuzimka.
Off-speed pitch that was just inside. Turned on there by Broussard. His 3rd hit of the night. And now with bases loaded here for Kazimka. Did get his first hit of the game in the last inning. First pitch misses. Just low. So starts behind another batter, does Washburn. Washburn working through control issues. Now the 1-0 pitch. That one's fouled off the home plate umpire, Max Langley. It looks okay. Count evens up at 1-1 now. Now 7 runs on 11 hits for Windy City. Now the 1-1 pitch with the bases loaded. Finds his own, gets ahead of Kazimka 1-2. Kazimka will call time. After striking out both the batters he faced in the 6th inning, in the 7th inning he's given up a hit and 3 walks. A run has come in to score. Next, the 1-2 pitch. High fly ball into center field. Brown will camp under it, and he will bring it in for out number 2. Runner will tag, but then think better of it. So a fly ball, runners stay put. And with 2 away, it will bring in the second baseman, James Dunlap.
Second baseman, 7, James Dunlap.
Dunlap singled in a run in his last at-bat. Other than that, he's 1 for 3 with a strikeout. Steps into the right-handed batter's box, does the Windy City second baseman. Now the first pitch. Fouls that one off.
An overhead foul ball for right.
And for the first time this inning, Washburn will start ahead of a batter here, 0-1. Washburn looks into Logan Brown, and he will come set. Deliver the 0-1 pitch into Dunlap. Chopper towards second. Gibson will take it in. He'll take the throw over to first in time for out number 3. But Windy City adds a run to their lead. They lead 7-1 as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library.
Greg Duncan's out there to try to finish this game off. He's started this game. He's pitched through 6, given up 1 run on the J.T. Benson home run, and it will be Keenan Taylor, Logan Brown, and Olay Camus, or J.T. Benson, rather, to lead it off, then Keenan Taylor, and then Logan Brown. So this part of the lineup has had some success. Logan Brown had a hit. Benson, obviously, that home run, and even though Keenan Taylor still looking for his first hit of the game, had one taken away from him back in his last at-bat by a fantastic diving play from the center fielder Michael Sandel. Benson will step up as he tries to ignite this Otters offense.
Fielder number 9, J.T. Benson.
As they still are searching for their first hit since the second inning. He steps into the right-handed batter's box. First pitch from Duncan. Waste no time, but a first pitch for a ball. Starts behind Benson 1-0. Next pitch, chopper towards third, taken in by Broussard. Throw to first in time for out number 1.
There is a lost dog 2 blocks down the road.
So another hard hit ball. That one was 1-2 off the bat, but just went right to the third baseman, Broussard.
That is blonde and white.
That's the third time today Benson has hit a ball over 100 miles per hour off the bat. Now it's Keenan Taylor. First pitch taken outside for a ball. It starts ahead 1-0.
Again, there's a lost dog 2 blocks down. It's a Shih Tzu. Her name is Roxy. Look for it.
Duncan works quickly. 1-0 pitch swung through by Taylor. Count evens up at 1-1.
Duncan has looked so good here in this game. I mean, there's a reason he's one of the best pitchers on this staff.
1-1 fouled back, and now Taylor has to work from behind 1-2.
Doing a great job of mixing in that low 90s fastball with that tight breaker. He's done a really good job.
1-2 pitch. Laced into left field, but foul. Count evens up at 1-2. Taylor had a hit taken away from him, and in his first at-bat had one that was loud off the bat, but only went to the track. Now the 1-2 pitch into Taylor. Pulled the string, got him swinging. So he strikes out. The 5th of the night for Duncan. And with 2 away, the last hope in this game will be Logan Brown.
28, Logan Brown.
Brown did take a first pitch fastball back up the middle for a base hit. The last hit the Otters have recorded in this game. So he tries to keep the Otters' hopes alive. First pitch from Duncan. Bender just finds a zone, and he jumps ahead of Brown 0-1. Next pitch, pulled the string, got him out in front. And now the Otters down to their final strike. Brown takes time as he tries to reset and keep this game alive for the Otters. It's a 1-for-2 day for Logan Brown. Now steps back into the left-handed batter's box. 0-2 pitch. Laced into left field. That's going to be a base hit. And the Otters still have some fight in them.
Good job there to catch up to the 93-mile-per-hour fastball, outer half. Once again, doing what he needed to do, punching it the other way for a hit. Now just some 2-out magic needed.
Now it's Alay Camus. He's 0 for 2 on the day, looking for his first hit. Trying to extend this one as well. That one inside, it's going to get away. Did it hit Camus? I don't believe it did, but it did get back to the wall. And it will allow Logan Brown to get to second base. Looks like we'll have a mound visit. For Windy City. That one just got away from him. Windy City up 7-1 here in the 7th inning, the first of 2 7-inning games. 2 away here in the bottom of the 7th. The Otters try to just keep this one alive. So mound visit over. Camus will get back into the left-handed batter's box with a 1-0 count. Duncan will look in, and he will come set from the stretch, deliver the 1-0 pitch. Bender finds the inside part of the zone and evens it back up at 1-1. One pitch, laced to the second baseman, taken in by Dunlap. Throw to first in time for out number 3, and that will end game 1 of this doubleheader with Greg Duncan going the full 7 innings. Gave up 4 hits, 1 run on the JT Benson home run, walked 1, struck out 5.
We'll have a start time for the second game of our doubleheader in a matter of moments.
So with that, Otters lose 7-1 in this series opener. They'll have a chance to bounce back right after this game, and we'll talk a little bit about this game right now. Obviously, felt good in that second inning. Otters jumped out ahead with that home run and a hit from Logan Brown, but Greg Duncan settled in and he shut them down for 7 innings.
Yeah, I mean, Duncan looked really good tonight. That's really all there is to it. Evansville couldn't quite get anything going after that second inning where they got a couple of hits in that homer, but those things happen. I mean, Duncan's a really good pitcher. There's a reason his numbers look the way they did tonight, and I bet tonight's probably one of his better games he's had all year. And when you face a guy like him with the stuff he has when he's on, it's going to be really hard to do anything with. That's exactly what the Otters ran into tonight. They ran into a buzzsaw in game 1.
It was 3 hits through 2 innings to start this game for the Otters, and then they managed only 1 hit the rest of the night. That was the Logan Brown single in the 7th. Brahms with the start, pitched 5 1/3, 10 hits, 6 runs given up, only 4 of them earned. Saw some very sloppy defense from the Otters, uncharacteristically really, with the way this team had been playing defensively. Didn't walk anybody and struck out 6. It was an outing that it wasn't his best outing, but it definitely kept the Otters in it, especially with the earned runs. Obviously, the defense didn't help them in some of those innings, but kept the Otters in it, but obviously the offense just couldn't get it done.
Yeah. And again, just can't hang your head on it too much. You have another game in 30 minutes, so come out here, try to get a win, go home with, a rubber match coming up tomorrow. We'll see.
Jack Washburn finished the game, pitched an inning and a 2/3, struck out 2, gave up 1 run. That one also wasn't earned, gave up 1 hit, did walk 3. Definitely struggled with command a little bit in that final inning, but ended up getting out of it relatively good, all things being considered. So the Otters fall in this one. They play a game in about 30 minutes, and the offense really struggled to get anything going. 4 hits on the night, 2 of them from Logan Brown, 1 of them from JT Benson, and then 1 of them from Graham Brown. So hopefully in the second game, the offense can get something going and do something more. We'll take a break. The second game should start in approximately about 30 minutes. We'll come back about 10 minutes before, whenever we know the official start time. And when we're back, we'll get to game 2. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Game 2 of this doubleheader. First was in Game 1 of this doubleheader was a 7-1 loss for Evansville. Hopefully, they can bounce back here in Game 2. I'm Riley Andrew alongside my partner, Lucas Macklin. Lucas, that first game, obviously a little rough for Evansville, to say the least, but they come into the second one, new pitcher on the mound, new pitcher that you're facing. Hopefully the offense can get going a little bit.
Yeah, and it really felt like Greg Duncan, the pitcher for Windy City, just had their number. Really settled in those last 5 innings. Only gave up 1 hit in the last 5 innings. He went the full 7. Hopefully, facing a different guy now will reset your team and be able to get some runs put on the board, and hopefully get a good start from your new pitcher who's making his first start in professional ball.
That new pitcher is Anthony Patterson III. He played for Georgia Gwinnett last year. Hopefully he can come in here and do good things. Last year with Gwinnett, he pitched in 75 innings, had a 2.52 starter ERA in Georgia Gwinnett. But before that, again, when he was with Cumberland, he struggled a little bit. But we will see how he does here tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what he can do. He's shown to have some good stuff, some good strikeout stuff, but control has really been the issue. If he can find control here with Evansville, he can definitely do some good things. He had a game back with Cumberland where he had 10 strikeouts in 5 innings. So clearly the strikeout stuff is there. It's just about getting the control down. And
they face Aaron Evers, another one of these starters for Windy City that has had a good season so far. Evers in 5 games started, a 2.63 ERA, 2-2 the record. He has struck out 25, walked 15, so the walks may be a bit of an issue, but nothing crazy. We'll see how he does against Evansville here tonight. Let's take a look at both starting lineups, starting with Windy City. Windy City leading off shortstop Jalen Greer, followed by Michael Sandel, the center fielder. Batting third, right fielder Dakota Kotowski. Then DHing David Mayberry. He is cleaning it up. Oscar Serratos, the first baseman, is batting fifth. Batting sixth, the third baseman, Garrett Broussard. Grant Thorman is in left field, batting seventh. James Dunlap, the second baseman, batting eighth. And then rounding it out is Zach Beadle, the catcher. They will be facing Anthony Patterson III. We will see how he does behind the plate. Is Justin Felix. That pitcher-catcher battery is brought to you by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. The defense behind Patterson III is as follows. In left field, Keenan Taylor. In center field, Ellis Schwartz, as Graham Brown will get this second game off. Right field is JT Benson. At third base, Paven Parks. Shortstop, Alay Camus. At second base, JJ Cruz. First base, Logan Brown.
Yeah, and hopefully the defense plays better than they did in that first game. The Otters defense this year has been really good, all things being considered, but last game it just looked ugly. There were some just unnecessary mistakes made on some throws that didn't need to be made, and some missed throws on a pickoff. So hopefully in this game it goes better, especially for the defensive side of the ball and as well on their offense as well.
Jalen Greer, right-handed hitter, stands in. Anthony Patterson III, standing on the mound, right-handed pitcher on the far first base side of the rubber, looks into Felix. And the first pitch is fouled off the first base side. 77 degrees, the game time temp. Sunny with some clouds. And those clouds are as dark as they come. The 0-1 pitch now from Patterson. Swung on the ground, second base side, past the diving glove of J.J. Cruz and into right field for a single.
Batting second in center field, 12.
You got it on the ground, but Cruz just couldn't get to it, and now you have a leadoff base hit, and you got to try to work through this.
So Michael Sandel, the batter, center fielder, had a really nice diving play to rob Keenan Taylor of a base hit in game 1. Again, that one a 7-1 loss for Evansville as Patterson the third fires in there for a strike, 0-1. So the fastball, low 90s, that one at 92 miles an hour, down and away, dotted. Patterson the third looks in, sets. Greer a very small lead at first. The 0-1. Swung on and missed on the bender, 0-2. Wind really picking up, blowing dead straight in from center field. The city of Evansville currently is dealing with some isolated thunderstorms, but not here on the north side at Bosse Field, the 0-2. Down and away near the shoe tops, 1-2.
Yeah, with all the rain this field got last night, you really wanted to stay away and try to get through this game.
And even today, the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. So Anthony Patterson III, his first career professional strikeout, a German-American bank strikeout of Michael Sandel.
Yeah, some of those off-speed pitches, feels like he's missing them a little bit in the zone. Hopefully throughout the game he can try to spot those a little bit better, but it's clear that his stuff has done a great job at fooling these hitters so far.
First pitch now to Katowski is swung on and missed on a bouncer, 0-1.
And that's exactly where you want to miss right there. That's just outside the zone, bottom corner. So a great pitch right there from Patterson to get out ahead of Katowski.
Katowski in game 1 hit a ball back to Chicago. A 2-run homer, the 0-1 pitch. Outside, I guess, 1-1.
That's a good place for it. You don't get the call there, but it's a spot that Katowski can't really do anything too much with anyway.
1-1 pitch, runner goes, swung on, line drive into center field. Out towards it is Schwartz, makes the catch. 2 away as retreating back to the bag at first is Jalen Greer.
Yeah, and that's one of those spots that still has some sun in it and did a good job avoiding the sun and being able to bring it in.
David Mayberry.
Now David Mayberry, he had a tough first game, 0 for 3, struck out twice, did walk once, but that's about it. Mayberry DHing, cleaning it up here in game 2. The pitch, up and in for a ball, 1-0. Patterson is working quickly. That fastball is sitting 92 for the most part. 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed, blocked on the dirt by Felix.
You can tell Greer over at first really wants to go. He's already stolen 13 bags in 15 attempts this year, so could see him go. He did try to steal on that hit from Katowski.
Patterson fires. Swung on, slicing line, drive into center. That's going to drop down in front of Ellis Schwartz for a single. So 2 hits here in the inning for Windy City. Puts runners on first and second. Brings up now Oscar Serratos. Serratos, another right-handed hitter. In game 1, it was all right-handed hitters for Windy City. Here in game 2, Grant Thorman is batting 7th. He's the only left-hander in the lineup.
He's the only left-hander in the roster right now.
Oof. Patterson the third sets and looks back towards second, fires. In the dirt, blocked by Felix. No advance from either runner. 1-0. Windy City, Evansville just getting going here in game 2 of this doubleheader. No score. Windy City got the better of Evansville 7-1 in the first of the 2. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on, jam shot, pop up towards second. Racing back is Cruz, makes the basket catch in shallow right field for out number 3. We go to the bottom half of the first. No score. You're listening on 96.9 WYR on the Otters Digital Network.
Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND-CASA.com. Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org.
Back here at Bosse Field, here in Game 2 of this doubleheader, Aaron Evers on the bump for Windy City. We'll see how he does against this Otters offense that struggled in Game 1.
Yeah, and it's another tough matchup here against Evers, who is a 2.63 ERA. He's made 5 starts, pitched 27 and a third innings, 25 strikeouts to 15 walks. So he does walk a little bit more, so maybe the Otters can try to use that to get on base. We only saw 1 walk from Duncan in the last game, so maybe they can try to work those walks, but he has been tough on batters so far this year in his first professional baseball season.
This Evansville team, a special themed jersey tonight. The Evansville flag plastered across the front with the Otters script over the top of it. A deep navy on the bottom part of the jerseys, then a gold stripe down the middle, across the middle, fades into a baby blue up top. Windy City in just their gray away unis. The first pitch to Schwartz. Swung on, fouled back, 0-1. It's Schwartz, Taylor, Benson, the first 3, then L.J. Jones, Pavin Parks, Logan Brown, and rounding it out, J.J. Cruz, Justin Felix, Alay Camus, this Game 2 starting lineup. The 0-1. Swung on, high bouncer to second, fielding it is Dunlap. Toss over to first, it's in time by about half a step for out number 1.
You talk about an awkward bounce. Off the bat, it looked like just a normal chopper, and then hit a lip down there in the infield and went way up in the air. Almost allowed Schwartz to get on, but the throw just beat him.
Now Keenan Taylor just missed a homer in Game 1, also got robbed of a hit, up to batting second here tonight. He batted second once in a game against Lake Erie as the first pitch is high, 1-0. This is just his second start in the 2-hole this year. He's earned it. 356 the average coming into play today. 5 homers, 21 ribbies. The 1-0. Swung on, jam shot, grounder to third. Fielding it is Broussard across the diamond in time for out number 2.
They've made Broussard work. They've hit the ball a lot to him over at third base, and he's answered the call every time. Even when it's hit hard, he's been able to bring it in and make a play over at first.
Now JT Benson. An Oppo Taco in Game 1. That the only run the Otters were able to muster. Right-handed hitter stands in. 2 away, bottom 1, no score. The pitch. High, 1-0. Evansville drawing the 2 best starting pitchers in this Windy City rotation this evening. The 1-0. Swung on, bounced foul down the third baseline. It's 1-1. An eerie sky overhead, but we're dry.
That's all that matters.
Yeah. Maybe see a rainbow poking out in left center above the scoreboard. The 1-1. Swung on and missed, 1-2.
You can tell that wind is picking up. It's getting some heavy wind in just in the press box.
Yeah. Reminds me of up in Avon, Ohio, when we had 20-mile-per-hour winds on the final day. I had to call the game with the windows closed. The 1-2. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Evers dials it up to 95 to strike out JT Benson. 1-2-3 go the Otters. We go to the second inning. No score here on 96.9 WYIR on the Otters Digital Network.
Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800. Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org.
Top half of the second inning, Anthony Patterson III worked a scoreless first inning, gave up 2 hits, but worked around it and got his first professional strikeout. We'll see how he does here against Brassard, Thorman, and Dunlap, the 3-2 up.
It's an interesting change of pace here for the Otters against this Windy City squad. In game one, you had Brahms, who was more about hitting the spot and didn't throw it as hard. Now you have Escobar, who's some really good stuff, up to 3,000 RPM on his off-speed stuff, and throws it up at 92, 93. So it's definitely going to be an adjustment for Windy City, but they did get a couple hits in that last inning, and we'll see if Patterson can lock it in.
The first pitch to Brassard is in there on the bender, 0-1. Infield straight up, same with the outfield here, as the 0-1 pitch is outside 1-1.
That's a good spot there for the slider. Just missed just outside. It was a good take there from Brassard, though.
Patterson, big, deep breath, and out of the windup, the 1-1. Misses inside on the fastball. Close, 2-1.
And that's just a great spot. That is top corner. One of those 50-50 calls, but top corner. It's going to be tough for someone to turn around on that one.
The pitch. Finds the zone at the knees, 2-2. Man, Patterson, the third, is just dotting right now in the black.
He is painting the black right now with all these pitches.
2-2. Swung on, popped up and foul. Overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. First one of game 2.
Feels like he's got some really good control of these pitches right now. And that's great to see for the Otters, who have had some pitching struggles at times, especially with their starters.
2-2. Swung on, grounded softly to third. Charging is Pavin. Throw across in time for the first out.
Great charge there by Pavin Parks. Great read off the bat and a strong throw over to first. A huge out number 1 there for Patterson.
In left field, 9, Grant Thorman.
Here's Grant Thorman. Left fielder today. Did not play in game 1, getting the start here in game 2. The only left-handed hitter, as you mentioned, on the roster.
And this is only his 4th game he's played in.
The pitch. Misses outside, just barely, 1-0.
I should say they do have a switch hitting Cam Feltz, but he is on the injured list.
1-0 pitch. Checked his swing in the zone anyway, 1-1. Another dot from Anthony Patterson III. 1-1. Swung on, slicing foul down the left field line. It's 1-2.
Overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
Patterson shakes Felix a couple of times. Now agrees. The 1-2. Up and away. 2-2. Deuces on the board, one away. Top two, no score. The pitch. Swung on and grounded softly to J.J. Cruz at second. Throw to first in time with no issue, 2 away.
I'm very impressed with what Patterson's been doing, not just with his stuff that he's had, but the placement on these pitches. That first inning, he had a couple of those off-speed pitches that were middle, and he didn't want that. But this inning, he's done a great job at finding these on the black and really making Windy City work for him.
Here's James Dunlap, the second baseman. The first one into him is swung on, and a fly ball slicing down the right field line over to Ed Benson, but he watches it fall into the tent. Just beyond the Otters bullpen, it's 0-1. It's been an interesting day. A lot of rain early. This field, boy, it took a lot yesterday, so the rain today was a bit of a struggle. The 0-1 in there, 0-2. But grounds crew able to get this one in. A lot of hard work done to be able to make this field playable for this doubleheader today.
With the way this field holds water and the way it looked yesterday, it didn't feel like we'd be playing baseball today, maybe not even tomorrow, but
yeah,
some hard work done, and obviously we tried to put in as much as we could.
The 0-2. Outside 1-2. That's the one thing about minor league baseball, independent baseball. Everyone gets a hand. Everyone is technically the grounds crew.
Just go grab a bucket, grab a pillow, mop up this water, and let's get it off the field.
Pretty much. Where's the nearest drain at? The 1-2. Swung on, grounded to short. Fielding it is Camus. Throw to first. Scooped out by Brown for out number 3. 1, 2, 3. Go the Thunderbolts. We go to the bottom half. No score here on 96.9 WIR on the Otters Digital Network.
For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND-CASA.com.
Bottom half of the second coming up. Hey, what year was Evansville founded by Hugh McGarry Jr.? Don't look at the scoreboard. It's on the scoreboard.
I'm going to guess 1857.
It is 1812.
Oh, I should have guessed the one that was circled, that obviously.
So how about 1812? For all of you listening, some Evansville trivia. Evansville founded in 1812.
Old city.
Old city.
Almost an older ballpark.
Pretty big city in Indiana as well.
I don't know if it still is. It used to be the third biggest city in Indiana.
That's what Google is for. It is third biggest city in Indiana by population.
Indy and Gary.
Fort Wayne.
Fort Wayne. I wonder. I think it was. Maybe it was always Fort Wayne. I can't remember. It's been a long time. I read that book in third grade.
Bloomington has fallen. Gary has fallen all the way down to 9th. 75,000 people in Gary, Indiana. Here's L.J. Jones, the pitch. Down and away, 1-0.
I'll tell you what, with how Patterson's been pitching and what we saw in this first inning from Evers, it could be one of those pitcher duels that goes quickly.
The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed way out in front of the slider. LJ had an on-base streak up to 17 games by the end of the Lake Erie trip, but a pinch hit opportunity in the 9th spoiled that after he popped out to end the game. So 1-1, outside 2-1. And that first game looked really off balance against Greg Duncan. Maybe that was just Duncan being superb, but we'll see. The 2-1 pitch now to L.J. Jones. in there for a strike at 91, down and away, 2-2.
I'll tell you what, he can get up to 95, and his off-speed getting down to 78. Like, that is a tough adjustment to make when you're at the plate.
The 2-2 pitch to the DH. Swung on, grounded to third, through the 6.5 hole. And L.J. Jones with a leadoff single here in the second.
That was just an off-speed pitch that he left high, and LJ didn't get the best swing on it. Did get 96 off the bat, but managed to find a hole, and now a leadoff hit. And we'll see if the Otters can try to push something across here.
Here's Pavin Parks batting fifth. Parks has looked really good. Should have had 2 home runs against Lake Erie if it wasn't for a Dario Gomez robbery in dead center field in game 1, the first pitch. In there for a strike, 0-1. But has had some really good at-bats lately. Starting to look like the Pavin Parks of 2024 this past week or so. The confidence is building back up. Did go hitless in game 1, but day's not over. 0-1 pitch. Just missing outside on the changeup. 1-1.
And the thing is, he's far from alone in that one. Only 3 Otters managed to get hits in that game.
A ball, a strike, nobody out. Thunder rumbling in the background. The pitch. Misses outside, same spot, same result, 2-1. I'll tell you what, these City Flag jerseys, could we call them City Connect jerseys since it's a City Flag? Maybe?
Yeah.
2-1. Misses, 3-1.
We got to start petitioning to try to wear them every Friday.
Every Friday home
Of course,
game.
there is jersey auction night, so
Sure.
these jerseys are getting auctioned off. Maybe we order some more and make them City Connect Friday nights.
I would totally be okay with this being a mainstay. They are super nice. 3-1 pitch to Pavin. Swung on, popped up left field, but fouling out of play. 3-2. A very hittable pitch, just a bit behind on the fastball was Parks. L.J. Jones at first, nobody out, bottom 2, no score. Left-handed hitter and Parks awaits the 3-2. Swung on, fouled back, count stays. Really good crowd on hand this Saturday night watching 2 baseball games. Usually doubleheaders, not as many people show, but the Otters faithful. Loud and proud tonight, that's for sure. 3-2 the count. The pitch. Swung on, grounded to second. Fielding is Dunlap to second for 1. Flip to first, not nearly in time. So it's going to be a fielder's choice.
Great job there from Pavin to just chug it out. He, out of the box, was running as hard as he could to break out that double play. And because the double play there could have really killed the inning, but now you still have a runner on with only 1 away, and now you bring it to Logan Brown.
Brown caught in game 1 playing first base here, as you'll rarely see anyone catch both doubleheader games. Even go to say you'll never see it. As the first pitch to Brown, line drive down the right field line, base hit, fair ball. It's going to roll all the way into the bullpen. Cutting it off, it's Kotowski. They're going to hold the runner at third and Parks. Second and the third, Otters cooking here in the second.
Ladies and gentlemen, a friendly reminder that Bossy Field is in fact
It's the second time that today that Logan Brown's gone after the first pitch, and when he's done that, he's been able to get some knocks, and now all of a sudden runners in second and third with only 1 away, and now J.J. Cruz a chance to get a run or 2 across.
Logan Brown with another Deerhead double-decker double. He had 3 up in Avon earlier this week. That his 4th of the week total. Infield playing in to Cruz, the pitch. In there for a strike, 0-1. Everyone with their toes on the infield grass for Windy City. Outfield straight up. The 0-1. Swung right through the fastball, 0-2.
And this is a moment you need to score a run here in this inning. It's a pitcher like Evers, and a chance to put a run or 2 across is so huge, even this early in the game.
Evers sets. The 0-2. Swung on, fouled back into the screen. Will do it again at 0-2. Justin Felix on deck. Behind him would be Alay Camus. Evansville really trying to break through here in this second and once again get the lead early in a ball game. The 0-2. Bender right down Main Street. Called strike 3.
That was a tough backdoor breaker right there. One of those 50-50 areas, and Cruz did not get the call, but obviously 2 strikes, you kind of have to battle.
Now Justin Felix. Felix, right-handed power bat. One of those 3 true outcome type of hitters. The first pitch to him. Swung on down the third base line and foul, having to get out of the way if it was Pavin, 0-1.
And left a 83-mile-per-hour pitch, middle, and Felix went out and got it, but he was just a little bit out in front since it was a much slower pitch than what Evers has been pitching.
When Felix makes contact, he makes loud contact, that's for sure. And hopefully something happens here, the 0-1 pitch. Way outside, reaching out for it was Beetle to keep it from going to the backstop. It's 1-1. The Thunder getting louder and louder here at Bosse Field. That's a great sign. Evers out of the stretch, looks in and fires the 1-1. Outside, 2-1. On second, Brown. On third is Pavin Parks. 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. High and tight on the fastball, 2-2.
That one just blew by Justin Felix. He was way late on that one. Tried to turn around on that fastball up and in, but just couldn't get to it.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom 2. 2 runners on. Deuces all over the place. Evers looks in to Beetle. Fires. Swung on and missed, strike 3. So back-to-back strikeouts for Evers to get out of it as he's pumped up, going back to the dugout. We go to the top of the third, no score on 96.9 WIR on the Otters Digital Network.
Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
Top of the third, still scoreless after the Otters threatened in the bottom half of the second, but Anthony Patterson III coming off of a 1-2-3 inning. We'll see how he works here once again as he'll battle 9-1-2 in this Windy City lineup. This 9-1-2, it's not the same 9-1-2, but that's the spots in the lineup that did a lot of damage against Brahms in the third inning earlier this evening. Hopefully, deja vu does not come into effect for Anthony Patterson III.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Different catcher with Zach Beadle. And then different shortstop, but Greer already with a hit in this game. So we'll see what he can do against Beadle here and then going through the second time in this Windy City lineup.
Beadle, right-handed hitter. First pitch he sees is check swung on. The check over at first, no swing. It's 1-0. Beetle this year, 245 the average, 558 OPS. The 1-0. Just misses outside, 2-0.
Those are two pitches that are both nibbling at the corner. Just didn't get either call.
2 balls, no strikes, no outs. The pitch. Up and in, 3-0. So Patterson the third, losing it a bit here to the first batter here in this top half of the third. 0 still on the board for either side, both with 2 hits and no errors. The pitch. In there, finds the zone, 3-1. Patterson shakes once, twice, now agrees. Out of the windup, the 3-1 pitch. Swung on, fouled right back. It's full now, 3-2. Tomorrow morning, kids coming in to hit like an otter, as it's play ball day here at Bosse Field. Was scheduled for today, got pushed back because of the rain yesterday and having to take care of the field this morning. The 3-2. Swung on and missed, tied him up with a fastball. Second German-American Bank strikeout for Anthony Patterson III.
The shortstop 5.
And what a way to battle back. Started 3-0. A couple of those pitches could have been called strikes. This is a good job getting back in the count, firing some strikes, and getting by the 9-hole hitter Beetle there.
Greer is 1 for 1. He's the batter. The first pitch to him is bounced on the ground to short. Over to it is Camus. It's off the tip of his glove and careens into shallow center. Thankfully, doesn't get too far away as Cruz recovers it behind the second base bag. So reaching first base for the second time today is Jalen Greer. So it's going to be called a single as Camus had to range far up the middle to even have a chance, but man, that one stinks.
And it really just took a bad bounce. It's a play that he makes 99% of the time.
First pitch to Michael Sandel is bounced down and away. It's 1-0.
And now if you're Patterson, you can't let it affect you. You got to go out and get this next guy.
That's already the second hit for Jalen Greer in this one. So quickly 2 for 2 today. The 1-0 to Sandel. Low, 2-0. There was some visible frustration there from Patterson III on that pitch. Lost a little bit of velo too, so maybe just didn't have a great grip on the baseball. So he's been able to locate the fastball most of the time here tonight so far. The 2-0 inside, it's 3-0. His longest outing last year with Georgia Gwinnett was 7 innings. So he's given length before. It's no issue with stamina, as he's not a guy that was in the bullpen in college and starting now. The 3-0. Way outside for ball 4, just lost him. So 2 runners on, just 1 away here in this third inning. Here's Dakota Katowski. Katowski lined out to center on a hard hit ball his first time up. See how the big boy does here, his second time seeing Patterson III. Just has a powerful frame. First pitch. That one finds the zone right down the middle. 0-1. Katowski just one of those guys that you take a look at him and you're like, oh yeah, that guy hits tanks. No doubt about it. Very prototypical middle of the order type of build. The 0-1. Swung on, hit hard on the ground is second. Over to it is Cruz. Spin throw to first is in time. He thought about going to second, but wisely just went to the first base bag for the guaranteed out. There's 2 away now here in the third inning.
Yeah, I like that. Don't try to push the issue. I don't know if they were going to get it, and it would have been close either way. And make sure you get at least the out. Now there's 2 away, and you're still just a ground ball, a fly out, or whatever it is from getting out of the inning unharmed.
Michael Sandel on second. Jalen Greer now on third base as David Mayberry is the batter. The right-handed hitter with baby blue batting gloves stands in, and the first pitch he sees inside, 1-0. A ball, no strikes, 2 outs. No score. Top 3. 2 runners on for Windy City. They're threatening. Slight pull shift in the infield. The pitch. Swung on and missed. Blew the high fastball by him, 1-1.
It feels like Mayberry is struggling to catch up with a fastball. Even when Brahms was pitching, it was the fastball that he struggled with. And the hit that he has so far in this game off of Patterson III was on an off-speed pitch low in the zone.
1-1. Checked his swing. It's a strike anyway. 1-2.
Interesting that from Patterson III, the pitch before he was working out of the windup with a runner on third, but then right there he went back to the stretch. So you wonder if maybe he more comfortable out of the stretch or if just decided to go with it. Now it looks like he's back to the windup.
The 1-2. Swung on, grounded hard to first. Caught on a huge bounce by Logan Brown, who steps on the bag himself for the 3rd out. So Patterson III flirts with trouble again, but gets out of it. We go to the bottom half of 3, no score. You're listening on 96.9 WYIR and the Otters Digital Network.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library.
Back here in Bosse Field, Aaron Evers out for a 3rd inning of work here against the Evansville Otters. Boy, crazy night here at Bosse Field here, this doubleheader. Storms all around Bosse Field, but the baseball gods want us to play here tonight as you just look up and there's an orange tinge to the sky as the rain clouds mix with the sunset. But all we have is humidity in baseball, which I am completely fine with here tonight.
You're saying baseball gods want to let us play right now.
True.
They could take that away at any moment.
True. Our grounds crew is on standby down the third base line just in case, but looks as if most of it has missed us and it's going south. Here's Alay Camus and the first pitch. High, 1-0. A ball, no strikes. Nobody out. Bottom third, no score here at Bosse Field between Windy City and Evansville. The pitch. High, 2-0. Evers sets. Far first base side of the rubber. The pitch. Swung on, line drive center field. That is going to get down in right center. Cut off by Sandal out there. And so it's going to lead Camus to just a single, but a hard hit single at that. And the Otters with a leadoff base runner.
Yeah, the ball is going to be dying. It did this all in the first game. It's going to keep doing this, dying in the outfield with it being wet out there, almost catching it whenever it lands. And that, once it landed, just pretty much died right away.
Here's Ellis Schwartz. Schwartz 0 for 1, grounded out to second his first time. The pitch, up and away, 1-0. Evers working quickly here in this third frame. Looks into Beetle behind the plate and sets out of the stretch, the 1-0. Swung on and foul tipped right into the mitt, 1-1. Wind has died down. Good sign. Or it's just the calm before the storm. We'll let you decide. Pickoff throw, no play. Over at third, Broussard is playing in. Toes on the infield grass, everyone else straight up. The pitch swung on, and that's fouled off the opposite way. It's 1-2.
Brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best Network Best.
See if the Otters can put together some good at-bats here and string a run or two in this inning to give Patterson the third a lead.
The 1-2. Swung on. Nice battle as it was fought off foul. We'll do it again at 1-2.
Interesting here from Evers. It feels like early in the counts he's around 91, 92 on the fastball. But when he's trying to put away batters, he pumps up to 94, 95. Just trying to change velocity and sneak some fastballs by these hitters.
The 1-2. Outside, 2-2. Ellis Schwartz battling hard here as the leadoff man. Runner on first base is Camus. Small lead. 2-2 pitch. Up and away, way outside the zone, 3-2. Keenan Taylor on deck. After him, JT Benson. Payoff pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike three. Throw down to second as the runner was going on the 3-2, not in time. So Schwartz goes down as the fourth strikeout for Evers, but Alay Camus getting the stolen base now in scoring position for Keenan Taylor.
Yeah, and tipping it into the glove, making sure that Beadle had to catch it, allowed Camus to get that extra jump, a little extra second there to get that stolen base.
Taylor, first pitch he sees is Bender right in there for a strike, 0-1. Really good spot down and away. Taylor, right-handed batter, awaits the 0-1 from the right-hander in Evers as he lets it fly now. Just low, 1-1. A ball, a strike, and out. Runner in scoring position at second base for the Otters. No score, bottom three. Evers trying to dance around with trouble again. The 1-1. Outside, 2-1. Two balls, a strike, an out. The pitch. Swung on and a check swing foul ball the opposite way, 2-2. Count evened. Evers shakes once, shakes twice, shakes a third time, and the fourth time's the charm. Hands belt high, fires. Swung on, high pop-up, shallow right field. In on it is Kotowski, who makes the catch for the second out. Now JT Benson with two away, trying to spark some magic as the rain begins to fall here in Evansville, Indiana.
And this is the guy, again, the lone damage done in the first game, and now he's an opportunity here just to put something into the outfield and allow Camus to come in and score.
Here's the first pitch to JT Benson. Inside, 1-0. Well, talked about how the rain has been missing us for the majority of tonight. Certainly not missing us right now, coming down here in Evansville. The 1-0, outside, 2-0.
The way these last couple of days have gone, it always felt like it was just a matter of time before the rain started to hit us.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was beyond nuts. 4 inches of rain in 2.5 hours is what this area got. This morning it came down for about 45 minutes off and on. Now coming down once again. The 2-0. Inside, got him up on the shoulder. Thankfully, it wasn't that 95 miles per hour we've seen, just 82 on the breaking ball. So JT Benson will take his free base, and it allows L.J. Jones an opportunity with 2 away.
And it really felt like he didn't hit his spot in any of those pitches. And now with this rain coming down, it's going to be interesting to see how it affects these pitchers with their grip on this baseball. Because this isn't a light rain. This is pretty heavy.
At this point, you start to wonder, as the crew chief Jose Navas is the home plate umpire. He was looking out towards the third base area. Now head grounds crew member is going to come out and give Navas a look at the radar. There's a short conversation out near the mound. Again, Navas, the crew chief and home plate umpire tonight. Our head groundskeeper having a short conversation with him just beyond home plate, out in front of the dish. Again, showing him the radar. Now here comes Andy McCauley and the Windy City manager, and we are going to put the tarp on this field, as it looks like we are not going to get any easier here. And this one will come back with an update. No score, bottom 3, 2 outs, and 2 runners on for Evansville. You're listening on 96.9 WYR on the Otters Digital Network. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to historic Bosse Field. Currently in a rain delay here, as the grounds crew has put the tarp on, which is a great thing. As of right now, what it looks like is that this rain is currently passing through, and most of the bad stuff has gone south of us, which is good as of now. Obviously, we plan to finish this ball game out. It was supposed to be going on for about 45 minutes, and hopefully we are going to be able to get this second game in. Just a reminder that We are currently in the bottom of the third. Evansville with 2 runners on, 2 outs, and L.J. Jones the batter. So that's where it will be when we come back. Now all you hope is that this rain delay is short enough for the starting pitchers to go back out there, especially Anthony Patterson the third, who has looked so good.
If it does go on for 45 minutes and then you give some more time to make sure the field's ready, more than likely these guys are not going to go back out there because you will have cooled down by that point. But you mentioned Anthony Patterson. He ended up going 3 innings. He had 3 hits, a couple strikeouts, and a walk. He looked really good. And it wasn't just like the stats itself. It was the movement he had on those pitches, and also it was just the placement. He was picking his spots, especially when he was pitching from the windup. So it was great to see. And, again, that's his first start. You expect him to be the way he pitched tonight, expect him to be a part of this team for a long time and hopefully really help out that rotation. But assuming these pitchers don't come back in, it still might favor Evansville just because Aaron Evers looked really good as well.
Yeah.
The Otters had put some runners on. They got them in position, but obviously Aaron Evers is a very good pitcher. He's proven it so far this year. So at the end of the day, especially with how, frankly enough, just bad this bullpen has been for Windy City, it should favor Evansville, assuming we come back and play tonight.
So now we just hope that the outfield is dry enough when we return that we're still able to play, and this field is in playable condition when we return. Again, as soon as we have an update, we will update you. Thank you so much for listening to us. And again, no score as of yet. When we come back, it'll be L.J. Jones with 2 runners on and 2 out here in the bottom of the third. You're listening on 96.9 WIR and the Otters Digital Network. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Bossy Field. Remember, we are currently in a weather delay. Rain coming down pretty heavily here on the north side of Evansville here at historic Bossy Field. Just update you, still not quite sure of the outcome of this. Again, we are 100% planning on finishing this game out tonight and getting this doubleheader concluded. No score, as when we come back, it will be in the bottom of the third with 2 outs, 2 runners on for L.J. Jones. But again, just a tough break for Evansville, and man, these past couple of days have been rain-filled, and they have not been baseball-friendly here in Evansville. But again, we hope to get this one played, but it is currently really, really coming down here in Evansville.
Yeah, it's a lot of rain. It's not as heavy as it was yesterday, but I mean, yesterday was a torrential downpour.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
It feels like, again, most of the bad stuff has missed the field, so there's still a shot that we play tonight. And assuming we do play tonight, it's going to be interesting to see how the teams play out. But if we don't, we have to push it to tomorrow, potentially at least. Interesting to see how they kind of work that out with everything.
Well, and the question really is for that is, in the Frontier League rules, would it be we finish out the 7 game, then we have another, well, we finish out the 7-inning game, obviously, because it started as a 7-inning game. But would the second game also be 7 innings, or would it be 9? That for me, it really is the real question.
Well, I think because we already have one suspended game with Lake Erie that's going to be played the next time they're here. And that will be, I assume, we start in extras because that's where we're at, and then we play a 9-inning game after. But since we still have 5 innings left here, 4 and an extra out, how does that going to work out? It's going to be interesting.
So it seems here that I think it would be technically a doubleheader tomorrow. Again, the game is not rained out. The game is in a delay. We are not officially rained out yet. We still plan on playing tonight, finishing this one out. But we are still waiting for an official update on what happens when we move forward, if this game will be played. But again, full transparency here, we are planning to play and finish out this doubleheader tonight. We just have to wait for the rain to conclude and then see where the field and the conditions stand.
Yeah, and again, it feels like the rain will leave eventually and hopefully sooner rather than later. And if it does, like I said, obviously the tarp being on, the infield's protected. I'm more interested in kind of the warning track areas around, the foul territory and into the outfield, how those are going to look.
Or even when they take the tarp off, whenever all that water is dumped onto the field, because they're going to have to dump it and then take it off, what it looks like then. But again, fans, we are planning on finishing this game out tonight. Well, when we have any more updates, we will come back, and hopefully we have an update very soon. Again, no score in the bottom of the third. 2 runners on, 2 out for L.J. Jones when we get this one going. Again, you're listening on 96.9 WYR on the Otters Digital Network.
News this morning, live, local, late-breaking coverage.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Bossy Field. Quick update: our game is going to be suspended tonight. We will pick it up right where we left off tomorrow at 3:05 p.m., followed by the finale of this 3-game set. That's all we got.
And like I said, I think it's going to be beneficial for the Otters because they miss, at least 4 innings potentially of Aaron Evers.
Yeah.
Who, again, him and Greg Duncan are elite pitchers. I mean, I don't think we've seen a pitcher the way Greg Duncan pitched. I don't think we saw a pitcher pitch as well as he did.
Just stuff-wise. I mean, he looked like a legit guy out there, and he pitched like it.
But it is kind of unfortunate. First professional start for Anthony Patterson III. Gets cut short, but he looked fantastic through 3 innings. And the most important part, control. He was picking his spots. He was nailing the paint. You can't ask for better. And again, his stuff looked great. So it's a guy who has great stuff and has learned to control it. And if he can continue to grow on that, again, this is his first professional start. And he looked like a veteran out there.
So, again, tomorrow we pick it up at 3:05 p.m. Until then, I'm Riley Angel alongside Lucas Macklin. And as always,